across several international conferences. She also wrote a book, Internet Marketing, A Practical Approach in the Indian Context, which was published by the Oxford University Press, and has been invited to deliver keynote addresses at various prestigious institutions and organizations. She's also a consultant in the area of digital marketing to some of the biggest names in the business. So without much further ado, may I please invite on stage Dr. Matushi Mehti. Welcome, ma'am.
Good afternoon to all of you, and thank you to the government of Andhra Pradesh and Honorable Minister and Vibri Media for inviting me to be part of such a historical moment, essentially, wherein it's such an honor and a privilege wherein I can share my thoughts with you. So I think I will just get on with the question of just understanding what social media is, or some issues that are related to social media, the way we use it so far, and so on and so forth. So may I have the first slide, please? We'll just have it from the beginning, please. All right, so, the way I look at social media, and this is my take on social media, I have been working in this particular area of digital marketing for almost 17 years now. And so you could say, as far as classroom experience go, as well as consultancy experience go, it has been a while that I have interacted with this particular medium. And so when I look at or try to understand what social media is, I think of it as a groundswell. It is like a swelling up or bubbling up of a lot of conversation, and then it is coming to this huge crescendo which reverberates, and we actually cannot ignore it anymore. So that is why I prefer to refer to it as groundswell. Now, that said, let us understand what is the scope of social media. Now, if I were to just put this question to anybody, what do we mean by social media, or as Anuj put to us, what is social media? The typical answer that I tend to get is a list of websites. It's very easy for us to list a few websites and say, of course, that's Twitter, LinkedIn, Facebook, YouTube. Fine, but there's so much more. So blogs, for example, are also part of social media. So essentially, anything that allows us to do a two-way communication ought to be part of social media. So, there you have it from an academic. I couldn't, help myself in terms of, not having a, holistic definition of what social media is. And so essentially, social media is a set of tools that allow communication and engagement. And the beauty of this set of tools is that, we as users do not need to understand the tools anymore. We can just leverage and use the tools for whatever it is that we want to do, for communication, for engagement, for, broadcasting, for personalized messages. And so it is a set of tools that allow us, all of these. Now, that said, we must remember one thing which essentially is crucial to our appreciating what social media is that at the end of the day, it is somewhat a mediated communication. There is a medium in front of, or between the user and the person to whom that user is communicating to. And many times we tend to forget that. So I'll bring this up, toward the end of my talk and, when I throw up some questions, but this is something I want us to hold on to. This thought of, it being a computer-mediated communication. And so, so essentially, what is the sense that we get from this picture here? If you can see the screens there, can't we have the, presentation instead of my face looking at people? I mean, that would be much better, I think. Yeah, so, mediated communication, it simply means that I think I am, speaking to people, and surely I am, but there is a medium. So it's different from face-to-face. And that is something that we need to be sensitive to when we kind of, use that particular medium. Now that said, let me, pick your brains a little more, or kind of, maybe do this exercise with you, where again, how many of you can see that screen there or that screen here? How many of you can see? Some of you can see that. So, thing about social media is that, it allows us some level of self-representation. So, think of a blog. So there you have it. It's a 2x2, but, I would just urge you to think of any blog that you read, or, some of you who write a blog. What kind of voice do you kind of adopt? How do you write it? You write it as you, isn't it? You write it as who you are. So if I have a blog, I write it as who I am, because I want to go to people as who I am. On the other hand, let's think of a gaming kind of an environment wherein I can take on the persona of an avatar. And I could become a man, or I could become a child. I could become a 5-year-old, or I could become a 50-year-old. So therein, I am masking my presence. So I am not who I am. And therein, lies the power as well as the caveats that we kind of probably need to sound when social media. It can be as open as I want it to be, and at the same time, it could be a place where people could actually, hide and say, okay, I'm not going to tell you who I am, but I'm going to do a lot of things to the social fabric. And so this is something that we, essentially kind of, need to keep in mind. Of course, different formats are available, but this particular tenet is extremely important. Now, let us take up, so, I have taken 2 core tenets, wherein first I essentially talk about business to user issues, and then I talk about peer to peer, that is user to user issues. So when it comes to business to user issues, okay, sure. No. All right, let me just continue. When we talk about, business to user issues, essentially what are we talking about? We have a group of customers, and so here is the customer on one side, and here is the business on the other side. And the customer, for the first time, has a lot of power, so to speak, power and reach that allows the customer to reach out to that particular business. Now let's think of a really angry customer who has used other forms of complaint media to reach out to a company, and the company hasn't responded. The company hasn't responded at all, and so what the customer ends up doing is that the customer essentially puts something on social media, hoping that the business will kind of, take cognizance of that. And, the business does that. So let's think of Sophia Ashraf, who basically, took up Kodaikanal's case, and she's a rapper by profession, and she took on Hindustan Lever as an organization for dumping issues in terms of, putting Kodaikanal on place. So there she is. And so essentially, what starts happening is that there is unprecedented reach, and these companies are also forced to take cognizance of these issues. And ultimately, what happened with the Kodaikanal case is that Paul Poman, who is the chief marketing officer of Global, Hindustan Lever, Unilever Global, was actually forced to give a response which wasn't adequate. There was a follow-up, but at least a conversation started happening. Similarly, with the Nestle KitKat case, if some of you know, essentially what happened was Greenpeace started a series of lawsuits against Nestle KitKat. And what was, this series of lawsuits about? This series of lawsuits was essentially about holding Nestle accountable for their vendor issues. That is to say, they were actually procuring palm oil from Southeast Asia, from vendors who had questionable practices. And so, toward the beginning, Nestle tried to kind of, brush it off. And this is about 6-7 years ago. Nestle tried to brush it off. Nestle tried to say, okay, it doesn't really matter. But it started proliferating. People started sharing it. People started liking it. People started tagging other people. Nestle said, okay, you know what? I'm going to sue every person who's given a like or a share to this particular thing. And just imagine how futile is it if we try to, bring a lawsuit against people who are essentially not liking something that I've put out on social media. And so, of course, that didn't work. And Nestle had to take stock of the vendor processes and change their vendor. So essentially, when consumers become part of this conversation, they're actually able to bring about a change in the businesses that they want. So consumer has a greater control. There's user-generated content. And something we have to remember is that there is a multiplier effect. So we all have this Indigo case very fresh in our memories. Yeah? Not even a week has gone by. So who hasn't heard of the Indigo case? Anybody here who hasn't come across the Indigo case? Hasn't. So everybody has, isn't it? So essentially what happened, so something happened on the tarmac, and then the mainstream media picked it up. And so that's your multiplier effect. So even though on social media a small number of people are talking about something, mainstream media picks it up and it starts to reverberate, it starts to echo, and that is the groundswell that's kind of bubbling up, and a lot of people start talking about it. So for users, it gets attention, there is heightened pitch, people have more control, people feel more empowered, there is fragmentation of media, and all of that happens. And for the consumer, it's a way of getting their voice across. So see, in India, unfortunately, our consumer mechanisms are very, very weak. They're at a very nascent stage. I mean, I'm sure each of us can identify with the issue where, we are a peeved customer, something has gone wrong, and I go back to the company and say, you've given me a faulty piece of item, please replace it. And they've said, it doesn't matter. We're not going to replace it. You do whatever you want. And so, these kind of mechanisms change that a bit. So what is the takeaway for businesses? For businesses, it is essentially an opportunity to listen to what the consumers are saying. It's an opportunity to come up with a redressal plan. It's an opportunity to acknowledge that, okay, we are not in control all the time, but we are going to use this opportunity to listen to what people are saying their, whatever they're saying at this point of time, and acquisition is better than, acquisition is good, but retention is better. So, what does that mean? In India, we are such a vast population, and consumerism in the country is still in its growth phase. We are still growing as a country as far as consumers go. And so most companies will have a lot of consumers who are coming and signing up for services. Let us look at telecommunication, for example. You have more takers than people who are somehow not happy with that particular service. And because there are more takers, the companies are fairly apathetic toward what consumers say and what consumers feel. And so that needs to be kind of addressed. So that's your business to consumer. Now I come to what is happening in the sphere of society in general. What about peer-to-peer, user to user? Here, essentially, we are saying that there has been a rise of something called digital humanitarianism. And there are lots of examples that we can pick on, say, the Chennai floods, for example. There are people who are reaching out to others and kind of, helping them. There are people who are rallying around a specific point and saying, okay, we stand by you. We think this is important. So users have unprecedented reach. They have a lot of empowerment. They have a feeling of being in control. There is digital inclusion, like Minister Ma'am referred to inclusion of certain segments of society into this particular fold. So there is a lot of leveling of the playing field that is happening. So that's on the positive side, which is essentially wonderful, of course. But what about some caveats? And this is something that we need to be wary of. A lot of fake news going around. There are a lot of hoaxes. Many people think it's just a silly prank, or it'll just be okay to kind of do it, but that can spiral out of control. It could be hurtful. It could lead to violence, and it could definitely lead to manipulation of sentiments. So that is something that starts happening because, I remind you, it is a computer-mediated communication. It's not face-to-face. So, when I take my mobile phone and kind of, type something, I think that I'm just typing it there. I don't see the repercussion on the society at large, and I'm kind of, not able to envisage it. And so as we become more mature consumers of the web, that is something we need to sensitize ourselves toward, that this is a consumerism with a responsibility. So essentially, truth shouldn't get victimized. And so with great access comes great responsibility. So thus far we have mostly talked about access, which is great, but we haven't talked about responsibility. It is like being in a democracy. If we have rights, we have responsibilities as well. Just because I am free, I cannot do whatever I wish. There are limits, or there are rules governing that. Similarly, on the internet, great access, wonderful. But what about responsibility? Are we really ready for being a responsible consumer of social media? Because essentially that is what is important, because it's harmful, or it can become very, very hurtful to the social fabric if responsibility is not woven into this particular access. So on to the business of being social, really. So how do we want ourselves to be looked upon as we use social media? This, a lot of things can, kind of spiral and into, this kind of, you're saying that and you're saying that, and, nothing really gets heard. Or do we want this? Nobody's essentially talking to anybody, but people are so taken up with themselves and what they think that they want to post, that communication ultimately is not happening. Or do we kind of want to keep it simple as that it is communication and no more, no less. So when it's a medium of communication, let's treat it that way. Let's reach out to people, let's engage, and let's do it responsibly. So my final thoughts are essentially that it is about choice and use. And are we kind of doing it responsibly? Are we taking our task of being part of this responsibly, and are we taking it seriously? Now it's up to us. Thank you so much for being such a wonderful audience. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. So I've been getting, of course, how many of you, let me throw another question. Come on, I like doing this. How many of you on a daily basis get at least 2 or 3 calls from marketing executives selling you credit cards, car loans, insurance? How many of you? Come on, show of hands. Do you know in 2017, India was top of the list of, no, we're not talking richest people in the country, we're not talking boosting economy, but India topped the list of spam calls for, it topped the list of countries across the world. So we are, below us is the United States of America, then there is Brazil, then there is Chile, there's a couple of countries, but we topped the list of spam calls in 2017, we topped it. So I started a thread on Twitter recently, and of course you can find me on social media, Anuj Kurwara is my name. So I said enough. Enough of marketing executives calling me and me telling them, don't call me, please delete my number. So all I did was, I said, I am starting a list tagging all these corporate companies, tagging their official IDs, saying these are the guys that either call me or text me. And then I tagged a few of them, a bunch of them, all the usual suspects, the banks, the loans, everybody. And what was interesting is that over the last few days, I've started getting calls from the supervisors or the social media managers of these corporate companies, which has been so exciting because now they've been calling me, and I got 2 calls this morning from another car loan company saying, we are so sorry, we saw your social media post. And then my friends have seen that and retweeted it, and they've started adding their own names. So it's such an interesting shift in events, and I was so relating to what you were talking about, the power of social media and the consumer, which of course I will use responsibly because I'm not saying anything against hashtag Padmavati. But moving on, we're in a beautiful age where it's not just visuals, it's moving entertainment, it's video that really captures all our attention, because right now also thanks to social media, most of us have the attention span of a goldfish. So for advertisers, it is a challenge that in the first 5 seconds before the person can click on skip ad, they have to grasp the consumer's attention. And thanks to video platforms, thanks to platforms like YouTube, we have professions today that didn't exist 10 years ago. We have home-based professionals, whether it is chefs, whether it's entertainers, whether it's bloggers, designers, everybody is on YouTube delivering their expertise, consulting, helping, or just providing information or entertainment. And that's such an integral part of what we do every day because we want to show our skills out in an extended platform. And to talk about YouTube and the entire impact, we have Satya Raghavan, who is the head of entertainment partnerships at YouTube. And in the past, he served as head of consumer marketing at MSN India, vice president of marketing at Star India, and vice president at Helion Ventures Partners. He's an MBA from Harvard Business School and has over 18 years of work experience across broadcast media, FMCG, internet, venture capital, and entrepreneurship. So may I please invite Satya Raghavan on stage to speak to us next. Thank you.
Hello. Hi, good evening, everyone. First of all, a big thank you to the Honorable Minister for doing that car journey from Vizag to here. Thank you so much for being here. It's our pleasure. Thank you, Vibri Media, Ashok, Vishnu. You guys have put up an amazing show. The whole city is talking about this. And I think with all the hashtags, all of India will be talking about this. Yeah, my name is Satya Raghavan. Can you pipe my slide? Yeah. Yeah, so my name is Satya Raghavan. I head entertainment content partnerships at YouTube, which is just a nice way of saying that I watch videos all day long, and my company pays me money to do that. So I'm a happy guy, not complaining. I'm here to talk about video and its impact. So how many here have seen YouTube today? Okay, 217. And how many here have a YouTube channel of your own? Okay, 173. Not bad. Okay. Yeah, I can count really fast. I'm good at it. Okay, so I'm going to talk about video and its impact. But first, I thought I'll play you a video, and then we can talk a bit about that. So I'm going to keep it a little interactive. So let's hope the audio works. I'm going to the next one.
चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं हमारे अगले अवार्ड की तरफ और ये अवार्ड प्रेजेंट करेंगे म्यूजिक डायरेक्टर शक्ति कुमार।
फ्रेंड्स, अवार्ड्स लेते लेते थक गया। पता है इस बार शक्ति अवार्ड लेगा नहीं, देगा। So here I am to give the award for the best singer, female, and the award goes to
अम्मी हम चाहते हैं कि सारा वर्ल्ड हमारी आवाज सुने, पूरी दुनिया को पता हो कि हम बेस्ट सिंगर हैं।
मेरा भी तो यही ड्रीम है और तू देखना जरूर पूरा होगा।
तुम्हारा गिटार लेके आओ जरा।
ये कैसी लाइफ जी रहे हो? सांस लेने तक को अलाउड नहीं हमें।
तेरे अब्बा जैसे भी हैं, मेरे शौहर हैं और तेरे गुड्डू के अब्बा हैं।
पर हमारा सिंगर बनने का सपना तो कभी पूरा नहीं हो पाएगा ना।
अरे बेटा, तुम जैसे टैलेंट बच्चे होते हैं ना, सोडे में इस बबल्स की तरह, वो ऐसे ही ऊपर आते अपने आप, उन्हें कोई नहीं रोक सकता।
जो कोई भी वीडियो देख रहा है, ये मेरा पहला YouTube वीडियो है। मेरा नाम, मैं आपको अपना नाम नहीं बता सकती।
बेब्स, मेरा नया गाना सुना है?
कौन सा? वो धीरे धीरे से।
वो तो पुराना हो गया। नया वाला है, जोर जोर से।
So, how many here have seen this movie? Okay, not bad. For those who haven't seen it, catch it wherever it comes next. But the movie was called Secret Superstar. So, who was the hero of that movie? Huh? Louder. Who said that? No, I mean, there's obviously Amir Khan, there's obviously that young girl who becomes a star, but this movie actually just shows you the power of video. The story is all about a girl who uploads her song on YouTube and then goes and becomes a superstar, and then nothing stops her. And we at YouTube see that story happen every day. So for us, it was a bit like reality being shown in a movie, because every day there is some new person who has uploaded his or her video, and suddenly, the whole country is talking about it. So when this movie happened, we thought it was just the perfect moment for all of us. And it's happening in the country. In fact, anybody here who wants to become a superstar, just call me, okay? I'll quickly start with some substance. So yeah, your voice can be heard from wherever you are, right? Today, there is nothing in between you and you expressing your voice. There is nothing between you and fame. There's nothing between you and stardom. You can become a superstar. Your voice can be heard anywhere you want. And that is really the power of video. Yeah. Okay. But why is this fundamentally happening? Why is it become so easy? Obviously, technology has a huge role to play. Now, this is a complicated graph, but I'm going to make it very simple for you to understand. On the extreme end, 110 years is the time it took for the telephone to reach 1 billion houses across the world. 49 is the amount of time it took the television to reach 1 billion houses across the world. 22 is the amount of time it took the mobile to reach 1 billion houses. 14 is the internet, and 8 is the smartphone. So every new successive wave of technology is taking half the time it took the previous generation of technology to reach 1 billion houses. And some are saying that the next, in a couple of years, I'll probably put another line on this graph, and it'll be probably for things like Internet of Things or wearables, because it's already reached about 500 million people across the world, right? So technology is what is making it so easy for all of us to do these kind of things, right? And it's not just technology, we as consumers are also rapidly adapting to changes in technology, right? So young people especially are constantly connected. In fact, they say that we check our phones literally every 10 minutes, but I think that's a lie. We check it every 5 minutes. In fact, I'm going to take a 2-minute break. Please check your phones. I'll come back. I'm just joking. They're also using it to express themselves, right? And people are watching television, people are reading something, but they are also exploring something else on the side. And you, and the youth, all of you, you are the ones who are driving this change. The young people are the ones who are, behaving and adapting to this technology. Some old people also, right? And today, there are 400 million people who are connected to the internet in India. So which means roughly a third of India is already on the internet. And the good thing about the internet is that it's not just in the big cities. So this next graph here will tell you that a few years ago, only 9% of the internet connectivity was in rural areas. But in 2015, about 33% of internet access was happening from rural areas. And the metros, which was earlier 44%, was about 31%. So very evenly distributed, right? So this power, this enabler is available to everyone. It doesn't discriminate, right? As long as you have a little money, and people like Mukesh Ambani are only taking a little money to give you free data now, data and access nowadays. As long as you have a little money, anybody can connect to the internet, right? And the good thing is, obviously, it goes wherever you go. So of those 400 million people, 300 million people are connected to the internet via the smartphone. All of you here have a smartphone. It goes without saying. And as a country, we are selling 5 to 6 million smartphones every month. All those billion-dollar sales, all those new phone launches, 5 to 6 million phones every month. And all of that is going to take India to about 650 to 700 million internet users by 2020. Just about everyone you know will be on the internet. And what we've really seen is that video is at the forefront of this experience. When I got onto the internet, the first thing I did was probably send an email. But now everything is video. You get onto the internet for the first time, chances are you will consume video somewhere or the other. So it's been good for us. Of those 400 million people, more than 200 million now come to YouTube on a monthly basis, right? So half of those people are already consuming video on a monthly basis. Our watch time is growing. But more importantly, what we have seen is that YouTube is two things. One is the people who are watching it, and the other are the people who are creating that video. And we have seen that video is now being uploaded from 400 locations in the country. So it's not just Bombay and Delhi and Hyderabad, but it's the smallest of towns and cities across India. And all of that is causing supply to also almost double on a yearly basis. And what we saw was that in the last 3 years, it really accelerated. And now literally YouTube speaks literally every language from India. So earlier it was mainly Hindi, English, the big cities. South India picked it up in 2015 and really exploded. And then other languages like Marathi, Bengali, Punjabi are also really exploding. And today, all of these languages are growing rapidly, right? What I thought was I'll also tell you a bit about what video is now being able to do, right? I mean, you all know this saying, we all learned it in school, that the pen is mightier than the sword. But in reality, the pen used to be mightier than the sword. What we are seeing is video is the thing that is really empowering everyone to express themselves, to learn, to create, to entertain. So there was a survey that happened in the US which said, who are the biggest influencers, right? So for example, influencers are movie stars, cricketers, and things like that. They did this study in the US, and the top 5 influencers in the country were all YouTubers. They were all people who were creating video. And it's happening in India as we speak, right? So this here is a very interesting family. Shruti Arjun Anand is one of our beauty vloggers. She inspired her cousin, she inspired her niece, and all of them now have channels. The men just stand and hold the camera, okay? So don't think that they are doing some amazing stuff. It's the women who are doing stuff. Yeah. And what we realized, I showed you that clip in the beginning. She was a girl from Baroda. All of these people who are now creating video, who are now influencing this new generation, are all people like you and me. There's nothing special about them, except for the fact they are really special because they have a talent or because they are passionate about something. They're neither rich, they're neither poor, they're neither South Indian, they're neither North Indian, they are all of it. There is no differentiation. And we saw all of this happen, right? Again, out of nowhere, we suddenly saw that people used comedy to express themselves. But in that process, we also learned that comedy served as a very good instrument to also talk about changes that are happening in society. So this is AIB. They've been around for about 3 or 4 years. But one of their most impactful videos was when they decided to do something about net neutrality, was when they put out a video called Save the Internet. I'll just play you a couple of seconds of that video. Volume.
Have done plenty for this country over the last decade. They've allowed your Chacha ji to send in dirty SMS jokes all day long.
They've even tried to convince you that har ek friend zaruri hota hai.
You know what? Har ek friend zaruri nahi hota hai. Some friends are matlabi and are only your friends because they want to play FIFA and you're the only person they know who has an Xbox. So tell your pretend friends to... Anyway.
So they drove a lot of social change through some of their videos and also entertain us in the process. Sorry, let me just go back. Yeah. Does anyone know who she is? So she's one of the largest food creators in the country. Her name is Nisha Madhulika. She is a little over 60, but she produces 3 videos every week. And every one of her videos, reaches out to lakhs and millions of people. But now we have food creators who are also speaking Telugu, who are creating dishes in the Telugu language.
గాయత్రి వంటింటికి స్వాగతం. ఇక్కడ నేను చూపించబోయే వంటని మీరు కూడా చేసి మీ ఫ్యామిలీ మెంబర్స్తో రుచి చూసి ఎంజాయ్ చేస్తారని ఆశిస్తాను. ఈ వంటలపై మీ అభిప్రాయాలు, ప్రశ్నలు నాకు gayatri@gayatrivantillu.com ద్వారా తెలియపరచగలరు. ఈరోజు గాయత్రి వంటింట్లో మామిడికాయ పచ్చడి తయారు చేయడం నేర్చుకుందాం.
See who has been taught how to cook pachadi in their lives? Your mother, your father never taught you. They've stopped teaching you all those things. And that's why simple videos like this are actually empowering people to discover dishes that are long since forgotten, dishes that are nutritious, right? Food that can make you happy, food that can get your friends together. So these videos serve that purpose nowadays. It's all about a simple housewife empowering hundreds and thousands of people to create something new. We also saw a lot of beauty creators come onto the platform. Again, my dad never taught me how to shave, right? No one teaches you how to apply makeup. No one teaches you what lipstick can do for you. But again, we saw that there were beauty creators who were coming onto the platform and just teaching people simple things. And do you know what simple things can do to you? It can change you, right? It can change your life. The very act of feeling confident by applying a little bit of makeup can do wonders for you. And that was the kind of feedback we got from these users. That thank you for making me appreciate myself. It was not about looking good for the others, but just about looking good for yourself and feeling good about it, right? And again, it's happening in all the languages. I'll play you a Telugu beauty video.
Hey guys, so let's start off with the tutorial. So firstly, I'm going to moisturize my face using this.
I'm just going to skip this video. See, India, I told you, right, we are buying so much technology. We are so into it. We are all geeks. We are a nation of geeks, right? Every week there is a new gadget releasing. And suddenly on YouTube, we saw people, again like you and me, who started reviewing phones. They started demonstrating how to use things. We all know, right? I mean, it's so difficult to use those manuals that come to us when we buy something new. And some of the older folks just don't know how to operate these things. But we saw them just watching these videos and just learning to get technology to empower their lives, right? Again,
ఫ్రెండ్స్ మీలో చాలామంది మొబైల్ ఫోన్ ఛార్జింగ్ పెట్టి వాడుతూ ఉంటారు. సో చాలామంది క్వశ్చన్ కూడా అడుగుతున్నారు నన్ను, మొబైల్ ఫోన్ ఛార్జింగ్ పెట్టి ఫోన్ మాట్లాడొచ్చా, లేకపోతే మొబైల్ ఫోన్ ఛార్జింగ్ పెట్టి మ్యూజిక్ వినొచ్చా, లేకపోతే మొబైల్ ఫోన్ ఛార్జింగ్ పెట్టి గేమ్స్ ఆడొచ్చా. సో ఈ వీడియోలో మనం దీని గురించి మాట్లాడుకోబోతున్నాం.
Again, this is Prasad. Just like you and me, right? But he uses his knowledge and passion for technology to just tell people simple things. And how does he do it? He shoots these videos in his house. He probably uses a phone to shoot those videos, right? That's how easy it is to express yourself and make a difference. And education. So there's entertainment on one side, but an overwhelmingly large number of people come to YouTube to just educate themselves, There are now channels which are so specialized, which talk about how to crack the railway board examinations. So videos and videos on how to crack that examination. So you can just imagine that the kind of people who are watching it are all people who, really want to improve their lot in life. There are also, things like the Salman Khan Academy, which talk about various school subjects. I thought I'll share with you one video from Roshni, who runs a channel called Exam Fear. Again, we have seen that women are out there who are really pushing the limits and making a difference.
Lens. The word reminds us of the lens in our camera, or the lens in a spectacle, or even the lens in the pinhole of our...
When you see a video like this, I bet the thought is coming in your mind that, hey, I can do this too, right? Because it's simple. And we all know, we are all so good at education. In fact, my request to all of you is, if there's one thing that you would want to do on YouTube, do something in the field of education. It can make a difference not just to you, but to hundreds and thousands of people then beyond that. So today, our creator ecosystem is amazingly diverse. Earlier, it just used to be traditional media, but now you have, all of these kinds of content. And singularly, while all of this content entertains people, fundamentally it makes a difference in the lives of people. It is impacting and changing society as we speak. And it's doing it in all of these languages, just to reiterate that point. And what we've seen is that people, when they first made videos, they would do videos about something that they're good at. So comedians would do comedy videos. People would make videos about things that they're very passionate about. So if you like food, you made videos about food. But soon we are seeing every one of them realizes that this is a medium that gives them great power to make a difference. And it's never been easier. Just point, click, and record, right?
నా మనవరాలు వేసే వెర్రి వేషాలు మీరు చూడాలంటే సబ్స్క్రైబ్ బటన్తో పాటు ఈ గంట కూడా కొట్టండి రా. ఊరికే వదిలే కాసింత జీడిపప్పు ఉప్మా చేసి పెట్టను.
బామ్మ, నేను చారుమతి వాక్కి వెళ్తున్నాము, మమ్మీ వస్తే చెప్పు. చారుమత, ఓహో, నల్లగా గుండ్రాలుగా ఉంటుంది ఆ పిల్లేనా? ఎన్ని కొండలెక్కితే కరుగుతుందా కైవారం? వెళ్తే వెళ్ళావు కానీ ఇంటికి మాత్రం తీసుకురాకే, గుమ్మాలు అందంగా తిప్పించాలి. నువ్వు మధ్యలో అంత ఫ్లెక్స్ చేసినా నీ స్కూబీడు కండలు అంతేరా బావా. నీలాంటి అరువు మంటలోళ్ళకి లోడింగ్ అన్లోడింగ్ తప్ప మధ్యలో ప్రాసెస్ ఏం జరగదు. నువ్వు కొండలెత్తినా
We've seen one theme emerge, right? YouTube is all about just being yourselves. It doesn't matter what shape or size you are. It doesn't matter what you look like, whether you're fair or dark or whatever. You just can be yourselves. And you know, we see a lot of videos like this which talk about how you should just be yourself.
ఎంత దాగే ఉన్నానా?
ఏం సార్ డ్రింక్ అండ్ డ్రైవ్ టెస్టా?
అవునండి అవునండి.
ఏం సార్ మాకు ఈ టైం వేస్ట్, ఎంత దాకా డ్రైవ్ చేయాలో మాకు తెలుసు, మీరు వీటే.
చాలా లక్కీ ఫెల్ ఎవరు నువ్వు, 5%తో బతికిపోయావు.
నేను చెప్పింది అదే సార్, మీకు ఇది బాగా పెద్ద వేళాకోళం అయిపోయింది.
బయలుదేరండి పదండి.
వెళ్ళండి సార్, నేను వెళ్ళను. బాబు బాబు అదిగో ఇడితే ఊది పెడతా.
అడెవడో చూడు సైడ్ నుంచి వెళ్తున్నాడు
సార్.
బండి పక్క తీయమ్మా.
సార్ వెళ్తాను సార్.
అయ్యో భలేవారు రండి
సార్.
పదండి పదండి బండి పక్క తీయండి.
సార్ ప్లీజ్ సార్. సార్.
Again, we are seeing creators use humor to spread simple social messages like, you know, don't drink and drive. Please watch this video later. I think a lot of you liked it. It's on a channel called Viva.
Hi Ra, happy Independence Day.
Thank you. Wish you the same.
ఏంట్రా చాలా బిజీ, ఫోన్ కూడా లిఫ్ట్ చేయట్లేదు.
నీకు తెలియందే ఉందిరా, ఫుల్ బిజీ. దీనికి కూడా పోవడానికి వీల్లేదు.
I think I'll just skip this video in the interest of time.
भैया आप इस सुनसान गली से नहीं, सीधा लॉन्ग कट से लीजिएगा. बस यार, वन मोर ईयर ऑफ वर्क एंड देन मैरिज एंड सेटल डाउन. तू बता क्या चल रहा है? हाँ, मीडिया से हूँ, सिंगल हूँ, लेकिन आपको कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं होगी. नो लेट नाइट्स, नो मेन, नो लाउड म्यूजिक, और रेंट भी हमेशा टाइम पे दूंगी. स्लाइड 53 चेक किया क्या? मीटिंग में रेड लिपस्टिक लगाएंगे? Are you mad? I know you and Arvind are both VPs now, but the salary structure cannot change. It's HR policy. I hope you understand. चलो अभी सब मेरे साथ बोलेंगे. मम्मी जी की रोटी गोल, पापा जी का पैसा गोल. मम्मी जी की रोटी गोल, पापा जी का पैसा गोल. अभी हंस ले यार, कल से तो तू तेरी बीवी की शॉपिंग बैग से उठाएगा. Everyone is staring. जीन्स ही पहन ली होती यार. समझाओ कुछ उसे. अब बच्ची नहीं रही है वो. लड़कों वाली हरकतें छोड़ के घर के कामकाज में मदद करें. Yes, definitely. I'm sorry, but people will think. लोग क्या कहेंगे? समझाओ कुछ उसे. I'm fine. I'm okay. Thank you. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm sorry. ये आवाज है एक समझौते की, एक आदत, एक दौर, एक तरीके की. ये आवाज है औरत की खामोशी की, उससे रखी गई हर अनुचित उम्मीद की. ये आवाज है हम सबकी, और इतना बोल के भी हम सब चुप हैं. अब
उसे बोलने दो.
अब समझौता नहीं.
Yeah. So one of the things that we've really seen video do is really do a lot in the space of empowerment. whether it is empowering someone through education or whether it is empowering someone to question their beliefs about biases and all of that. Sorry, just go ahead. Yeah. We've seen video really do that and impact society, not just incrementally, but really in an exponential kind of manner. So coming back to where I started, video can let your voice be heard from wherever you are. It doesn't matter, you know, if you're an engineer, it doesn't matter if you're a doctor, you can come and create video and spread whatever message that resonates with you. And I thought I'll end this presentation with a video that is coming from the villages of India. Suddenly, we are seeing people from the smallest of villages actually go onto YouTube and get lakhs and lakhs of followers by creating simple videos like this. So if you have friends or relatives in your villages, wherever they are, tell them that they can become famous by just sharing their passions and their good practices. So let's watch this video for a bit. So anyway, I have no intentions of teaching you the entire recipe, but that was my short presentation on how video is making an impact in our lives. I'm glad to take any questions, or we can move on to the next speaker. Thank you. Are we doing Q&A or it's okay? Yeah? Okay, cool. So thank you so much. Yeah, all yours.
Thank you, Satya. I'm sure Satya's around because we'll have a break in a short while, and then anything that you'd like to ask him, you can always consult. And also, I was looking at the hall when that lovely raw chicken was being demonstrated. Half the hall went, is he going to cut it? Is he going to cook it? Half the hall went, oh my God, please don't show that. But I know that happens. Hashtag, it's good food. All right. Moving on, of course, thanks to YouTube, we now have a whole new social hierarchy in society based on how many subscribers and views you have. It's like even people in Delhi are now going, "Janta hai mera baap kaun hai?" They're not saying that. Actually, "Janta hai mere views kitne hain?" But moving on to our next section, ladies and gentlemen. Before that, we have our Honorable Tourism Minister, Bhuma Akhila Priya Garu, who has to tend to her other responsibilities of the day, and she's going to now, of course, having done this long road trip over here, she's now going to Guntur to attend a Korean cultural program. So may I please invite her on stage so she could felicitate some of our speakers, and then we can let her attend to her other responsibilities as well. So if I could request her to please felicitate our speakers, beginning with Dr. Motishi Mehti. May I please invite the speakers on stage. Satya Raghavan, Ankur Mehra, Anish Madani, Rajneel Kamath, and Raghav. May I please invite you on stage to be felicitated by the Honorable Minister. Rajneel Kamath and Raghav. Could we have the mementos, please? Are those the... I request three of you to just head to that side so we can have a photo walk together? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am. A round of applause for our speakers, please. Two of them, of course, you've heard. Now we'll have a few more coming up on stage. But to begin our next session is somebody from what I call a parallel reality to our lives. Every single day, when we wake up in the morning, we look forward to likes and comments and shares. We look forward to not just likes anymore. There's like and there's love and there's sad and there's wow and there's angry and so many other things that are happening as a parallel reality to our lives. So, of course, needless to say, a platform, the parallel reality called Facebook. So may I please invite Ankur Mehra, Regional Partnership Facebook India, to please come up and speak to our gathering. Ankur, all yours.
Hello everybody. Now that I've got my memento, I think I can leave already. But can we have the first slide now? Okay, lovely. So before we start, I was wondering if we can have a show of hands for all of those people who have seen anything socially relevant or socially relevant content in your feeds. When I say socially relevant, I mean content which has got a social message. All those people who've seen socially relevant content, can you please raise your right hand? Okay. And all those, just keep it there. And all those who haven't seen, can you raise your left hand, please? So what? We've got full house now. All hands up. Lovely. Okay. So, I don't know. Excuse me. Can you? Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Ankur Mehra, and I head the media partnerships for Facebook in India for all language markets. Basically, which is any content which is non-Hindi, non-English, is where me and my team comes in. I don't know, this, excuse me. Okay, so very quickly, I'm sorry for the disturbance, but I think very quickly, we will cover a few agenda today. One is we'll talk about our mission at Facebook. We'll talk about the tools which help in socially relevant, building up socially relevant content. We'll talk about some success stories, some best practices, and what does it mean for you and me. And finally, rounding it up with Q&A, which I hope is not there. Satya was lucky. Next slide, please. The mission at Facebook is to give people the power to build the communities and to bring the world closer through that. In real life, we all have those group of friends of circles or friends which are related or are kind of closely interested in some kind of an activity or some kind of a community activity. For example, I am a biking enthusiast, and I have friends in my real life who are actually biking enthusiasts, and we talk about trends that are coming up, new things that are happening in the biking world, etc., etc. Similarly, I'm pretty sure that all of you have certain communities that you all relate to, that you all are more passionate about, that you talk to your friends about, and that's in real world. That also kind of transcends into the digital world, and in Facebook we have thousands and millions of communities of people who are passionate about some activity, some cause, some, some interest area, so to say. What we at Facebook always try to do is to bring those communities of people closer to each other and therefore lead to a closer world altogether. Next slide, please. Talking about some numbers, this is the Facebook family of apps. We have about 2 billion users who are monthly active users on Facebook, on the Blue app. Today is not my day, right? Followed by WhatsApp, which is about 1.3 billion monthly active people, closely followed by Facebook Messenger, which is again 1.2 billion monthly active people using the product on Messenger, and then Instagram, which is about 800 million monthly active people strong. Next slide. This is the Facebook journey in a snapshot. We started off with Facebook and Instagram as standalone products, moving on to to expanding the family of apps by having Workplace, Messenger, WhatsApp, etc. also included. And now finally where we stand is more in terms of technologies, trying to solve real problems in terms of connectivity, AI, VR, AR, etc. Next slide, please. Every day, there are billions and billions of stories that are posted on Facebook. We all have various groups, various friends, various communities that we all kind of have liked or are friends with or are following, etc., etc. All that leads us to curate the experience that we have on a newsfeed. Newsfeed for everybody in this room is actually very customized to the kind of interest that you have, to the friends that you have, to the groups that you're a part of and all those things. All those 1 billion stories actually sort themselves out in your newsfeed and become your curated experience. Thank you. Next slide. Talking about specifically in India, in terms of numbers, we are about 217 million monthly active users who use Facebook on a monthly basis. Next. Out of which 57% of them, about 124 million, actually use the platform on a day-to-day basis, which is a massive number if you look at it. Now with that kind of a community, while most of us consume the content in terms of entertainment or videos or sports or broadcast and all, there is also an element of content which is in terms of social good. There are a lot of socially relevant, interesting areas that we would love to talk about. We would want our users to be more and more engaged with, and we take this role in our society very, very seriously. Next. And that leads me to the topic today, which is socially relevant content and snackable content that helps in consuming socially relevant content. Moving on. Before I kind of go ahead and talk about certain case studies and how people have leveraged Facebook in a way to kind of create more and more socially relevant content, let's talk about some products, I mean, some products which we may not be aware of because they haven't really launched in India as yet. They are already active in certain other places, and very soon we'll find them in this country as well. Now this is crisis donations. We've seen in terms of crisis, in times of crisis, there's a lot of a lot of people get displaced from their normal lives. In those cases, in this example, for example, this is Hurricane Harvey, and we have Eddie Ibrahim, who's actually raising a donation for somebody called Diaz because his house got damaged during the Hurricane Harvey. And these kind of donate buttons are now available during crisis where people can actually raise funds and help the people and the causes that they kind of care about. Next. This is not available in India right now, but we're talking about personal fundraisers where an individual like you or like me can actually go ahead and raise funds for either ourselves or for somebody we know or somebody who's not even on Facebook or a particular cause for that matter, and actually support that. For example, the rightmost example that you see is actually a friend of mine, Nick, who is trying to raise funds for his nephew who's an autistic child. And he's trying to raise funds for that kid so that he can go on a summer camp. In the center example, Griffins is actually a team, a gymnastics team, which kind of did very well for themselves, and they got selected for the national level competitions, but they needed funds to be able to participate in that. And then we had people who were actually raising money for them as well. Categories of raising funds could be across education, medical, pet loss, emergencies, anything, etc. Next. Then a very powerful tool is the Live Plus Donate, in which celebrities, or like Satya was talking about, influencers, can actually raise funds during their life that they are doing and can actually support a particular cause that they kind of care about. I will talk more about this during the case studies when we talk about the Ariana Grande concert that happened in Manchester, and which had a suicide bomber at the end of it, and what happened thereafter is something that I'll share with you in the case study as we kind of go ahead. Next. Then we have the Ward Plus Donate, again something similar, but in this case we have the donate button at the page level where individuals on their pages can actually have the donate button, and people can really contribute money for a particular charity or a non-profit organization. Next. Now, while these natural calamities and these epidemics can actually cause a lot of concern to the overall region, but at the end of it, at the bottom of it, it impacts you and it impacts me at a personal level. Crisis can actually be very personal at the end of it. So what do we do when we talk about crisis getting personal, and how do we kind of address that is the question here. Next. Safety check. I'm pretty sure that some of you may have noticed this. This was used very extensively during the Chennai floods, during the Nepal earthquake. This was also used during the recent Iran-Iraq earthquake that happened, where people can actually go ahead and mark themselves as safe so that their families and friends who are not there can figure out that they are safe. And then they can also give help or seek help as the case may be. Next. Amber Alerts. Now this, I'm not sure if many people know this, but this is a very, very powerful tool for finding missing children. And it's been launched in about 16 odd countries, and I personally am aware of about 4 cases where lost or missing children were actually brought back to their families and people were put behind bars. It's a very powerful tool in which anybody, when a child goes missing, if a child goes missing in a particular location, the parents or the well-wishers can actually post a photo of the child and also give a small narrative about what happened, where happened, and all those things. And an alert is sent to a 100-mile radius of people using Facebook app with the photo of the child within 100 miles. So if somebody spots the child somewhere, he can immediately notify the authorities, and corrective action can be taken. And children have been reunited with their families because of this tool. I think it's a great use case to have in India as and when the time comes. Next. Blood donations. Launched in India on the World Blood Donation Day, which was on 1st of October this year, in which a person like me, for example, I can register myself as a blood donor through a simple 2-step kind of a process. And if anybody within a 5-kilometer radius is looking out for blood, is asking for, let's say, a B positive blood group, I can get a notification on my app saying that so-and-so is looking for blood in a particular hospital which is so-and-so distance away. And I can go ahead, donate my blood, and actually save lives like that. Again, a very, very powerful tool, and it's already active in India, it's already alive in India, and we've seen people really contributing in numbers. I'll talk about this more when we talk about the case studies. Next. Profile picture guard. All right, so a lot of times we figured that women who were using Facebook were a bit skeptical about using their profile pictures because they felt those pictures could be downloaded and shared or misused typically. Hence we came up with the profile picture guard, which doesn't allow the photos or the profile pictures to be downloaded or shared. A very powerful tool to help women who are using Facebook feel safer. Next. Now, all these tools are great, but they should translate into something once we have people who know how to use them and who use it effectively. Next. I mean, these are some of the things that an influencer can do to actually create a connect with the people, with the audiences, with the interest group that they have, so that they can learn to be better content creators in terms of, in causes of social causes or in terms of crises. Next. Now let's talk about some case studies like I was talking about. I don't have too many videos like the previous speaker, but I'll take you through the journeys of certain creators or influencers who've actually made a difference by building up socially relevant content. Next. First up, blood donations. When it was launched on the 1st of October this year, Akshay Kumar was one of the first few people who went ahead and made a post about it and encouraged people to become blood donors. It was a very powerful message in terms of you going ahead, becoming or registering as a blood donor and therefore saving lives. After that, many other celebrities, whether they're national or regional celebs, also came on board and spoke about it. They posted videos about it. They actually went live. I remember this instance when Gaurav Gera, who's also a creator, who actually went live from a blood donation camp while donating blood. And while he was doing that, he was trying to bust myths about blood donation myths, like it will cause weakness or it is not supposed to be done like this and all those things, and how much time does it take. While he was going live, he was actually donating blood and therefore busting a lot of myths at the same time. That kind of got a lot of traction and got a lot of uptake from the general audience. Next. Not only do celebrities use their influence or influencers use their audiences to kind of create socially relevant content, but I've even noticed Hyderabad Traffic Police, for example, the way they use their page is all about giving people an update on what's happening on the roads, where there's a disruption, how can they take a diversion and all. This also leads to good governance at the end of it. In fact, the example on the right-hand side is when they're talking about people who are now able to pay challans on Paytm. Not my favorite topic, but still. Next. Upping the level of creativity was was Bangalore police for the matter. When they spoke about wearing helmets, the leftmost example about talking about if a superhero doesn't wear helmet, he starts bleeding. So be a superhero, wear a helmet. In fact, they also tried to make a creative about no honking, about reducing noise pollution by saying that your honking will not make the car fly in front of you. So don't do that. Next. Now this was an example I was talking about earlier. This is Ariana Grande in Manchester. When she did her concert, the concert got over, there was a suicide bomber who detonated himself at the exit point, which led to about 22 people losing their lives and scores of others getting injured. This could have very well just been the headline of a newspaper and could have died down its own death. But no, Ariana Grande actually came back to the same venue in a week's time, and this time she had people like Justin Bieber and Coldplay also supporting in that concert, where they did the whole concert, they streamed it live on Facebook, and they had a donate button on the live stream. Through that donate button, in a span of 3 hours, they got to raise about $280,000, and 17,000 people actually contributed to that. All that funds that came in, those $280,000 went to the families of the survivors and the victims. Next. Not only Facebook, but even on Instagram, we had Virat Kohli going on Instagram just about a few days back, talking about the Delhi pollution, talking about how people should take ownership of what's going wrong in Delhi, should take measures like using public transport or doing shared cabs and all those things, and therefore save the Delhi air from choking itself. Next. Priyanka Chopra is a case well known where she used Instagram stories to travel around Africa to war-ravaged places where the children were suffering the most, and she spent time with them through Instagram stories. She documented her entire journey, and which was a great support for UNICEF. Next. Andy Murray, again a live celebrity match which he did with Roger Federer, raised a lot of funds for UNICEF UK and Sunny Side Up charity, and therefore went ahead and contributed to the causes that he could care about. Next. Now, I mean, all these tools are great and all these examples are super, but we also have to have certain best practices. Next. On Facebook, I mean, these are the very high level, first level best practices that we have. Next. On Instagram, these are the best practices that we would recommend our partners to kind of follow up. And at the end of it, please understand that it's all about connecting with the audiences. I mean, it's not only about celebrities or influencers, but each one of us in this room can actually go ahead and create socially relevant messaging for our peer group, for our network group and all. Next. For any more information, you must go down to our resource centers. These are available. These are the links to that. Please go there, have a look, get to know the best processes about how can people build socially relevant content. Next. Before I kind of end up, I wanted to thank Roxanne, who is my partner in crime. She was the one who's helped me, prepare this entire deck out here today for you guys. Feel free to let me or Roxanne reach out to any one of us, and we'll be happy to share all our insights with you about how Facebook can be used for socially relevant content. Next. Like we always say in Facebook, this journey is just 1% finished. We're just getting started. Please feel free to come up with your ideas, opinions, thoughts, suggestions, and we'll be more than happy to kind of improve ourselves and figure out the best way to kind of make more socially impactful stories. Thank you very much. Is any questions? I'll be happy to take them up.
Thank you, Ankur. We like/love your session. Moving on, so we've had two very incredibly powerful platforms come up and showcase their strengths. And coming up now is yet another absolutely incredible platform, Twitter. And we're all on it, we know all about it. So we have Anish Madani, who is the head sports partnerships with Twitter Asia Pacific, who's ready to come and speak with us now. And of course, another little reminder, while you're posting about this entire social media summit, do use the hashtag SMSummit17. That's right there. So use the hashtag, and of course, on that note, presenting hashtag Anish Madani.
Good afternoon, everyone. Got this? Want to check? Okay. Bawanara? Okay, good. I know it's late in the afternoon, post lunch, and we're going to try and keep this interesting and fun for you today. My name is Anish Madani. I grew up in Hyderabad, moved to Bombay many years later. So I head sports partnerships for Twitter in the Asia Pacific region, which includes Australia and Southeast Asia, China and India. And essentially what I get to do is to work with sports leagues, teams, athletes, and broadcasters. So in some ways I get paid to have fun. But I'm here to share a little bit of that story today. Some of you may have used Twitter. Some of you have heard of tweets. So why don't we start with that? How many of you in this room don't have an account on Twitter? Raise your hands. How many of you have an account on Twitter? Everyone has an account on Twitter? Fantastic. Okay, cool. We'll keep it fast in that case. We'll also have some fun with the presentation today. Is it up? Is it ready? Okay, there we are. Over the past 4 years, I was one of the founding members of the team here in India for Twitter. And when we first started, we would think of our mission as one where every Indian with a mobile phone could get access to Twitter, because it's the only public platform which you can access whether you have an account or not. Right? So you just go to twitter.com/Anish Madani, for example, and you can see all my tweets, whether you have a Twitter account or not. And as we went along, we worked with individuals and institutions who are shaping the culture and society in the country, and making it more interesting for people to be there. So one of the things that came up as we were thinking about sports in our early days was how can we make at least one dream come true for every sports fan? We had the the opportunity with a super interactive platform like Twitter to be able to do that. I'll share some of those examples today. My first week actually at Twitter was when Sachin Tendulkar retired. So it was a super fun, super emotional moment back then. But we'll go through a few stories. But to get us started, I just want to play a video of how Twitter and sports come together. This is an international video with our global team that have worked with partners around the world. And we'll speak a little more after. Okay? Can we switch the slide? Next. Video on. Not playing. Try and switch the slide again. Go back up once. Let's give it one more shot. This always happens. You know? It's the technology companies that always have a technology problem in their presentations. But we'll try and run through that. Okay, blank screens again. Third time's the charm. If it doesn't work, we can move on. No? Okay, no worries. That's fine. Oh, it's working. Can you just go back? Volume, please. Just go back one slide. Should I come try and help? Okay. It's a fun video, so we'll just give it a little bit of a chance. Here we go.
Almost out of bounds somehow. Today in the Bay Area as they're still celebrating Golden State's victory in Game 1 Thursday night, holding off Cleveland in overtime. Now can the short-handed Cavaliers recover and keep the series tonight? Ishizaki swinging in, Zardes, Gianni Zardes, can he do it? Yes, he can!
A phenomenal talent and a major champion.
That's what, thank you. That's what our team gets to do through the course of the year, work with these athletes and teams and leagues and broadcasters and really have fun while doing it. And today it'll be good for us to just share a little bit more about what the platform means, what we've been doing with partners and what you can take away from that as well. So, we'll keep it simple. We've got 4 things to take away today, okay? With Twitter and our partners, we say the idea is to actually first fall in love with the platform, right? If you're a personal user of Twitter, you'd probably be able to do much more of it as you go along. And as you saw in that video, it's really a place where the world comes together. Whether you're the president of a country, whether you're an athlete, whether you're a regular person just cheering for someone, or whether you're trying to keep up with the world. And always to begin, I think to me, the funnest part of Twitter has always been this idea that you can listen to anyone in the world, right? If you want to keep up with the world, this is the one place you go to know what's happening right now. So like literally today when I got out of the airport, first instinct was to check and see what was happening at the event, and I knew that it had started on time or it had started a little later and came out. Knew the Honorable Chief Minister was with Bill Gates, I think, over in Visakhapatnam. I saw tweets from him in Telugu as well as we were trying to go through what was happening. And so really it comes down to this idea that anytime you want to get started with Twitter, lots of people come to us and say, it's interesting, they'll come to us and say, oh, I don't use Twitter. We say, what does that mean? Say, do you have the app on your phone? Say, yes. Say, do you open the app to read tweets? They'll be like, yes. Say, what do you mean you don't use Twitter? Say, no, we don't tweet. And sometimes that's still far leap ahead, right? Like it's both the success and failure of the platform that people think that tweeting means using Twitter, whereas actually some of the most fun you can have with the platform is to listen into what's happening in the world, right? So we'll begin with listening, and we'll go through the three other things that we have today is to be able to build a voice on the platform as sports teams and partners, to be able to reward your fans, and in the future to also be able to make money off the platform with what you're doing out there. So first up, listening with interest. I'm going to use examples from sports because we've worked on them personally out here, and hopefully some of those connect with you just today. So how many of you are following the India-Sri Lanka match? Yes, that's going on. Yeah. Cricket fans in the room? Yes. So one of the interesting things that happens on Twitter now is that everyone knows, or I hope they know, that from the cricketers to the federations to a whole host of people, there's conversations happening there. But who are some of the more interesting people on the platform that give you the things that you may or may not know? A friend of mine who's not necessarily a sports fan one described this. She said, Twitter makes me feel smarter about what's going on in the world because I get to hear from different people about the same subject. And this is an example of a tweet from earlier today where there is a statistician called Mohandas Menon who has this treasure trove of information and data with him all the time, which he converts into these little tweets that he's sharing just before the match starts. So if you're a fan and you want to have a conversation with your friend about what's going on in the match, all you need to do is to follow him. And as the matches are going on, you can say much more than what the score is. You're also able to say, well, did you know that Cheteshwar Pujara is on a hot streak right now? And that's a little bit of fun, which sort of adds into the conversation you're having about the cricket every day, right? An interesting thing that you can do, of course, as you're following some of these accounts, is to make sure that you, and by the way, it's incredible to us sometimes that that Mohan is so popular on the platform. Like a statistician has 175,000 followers on Twitter, and he just keeps growing strong every year. And it's really interesting how that continues to go on. When you're also listening to people, you may want to keep in touch with what's happening with them in the moment. And one way of doing that is to be able to just turn on notifications for an account that you want to follow. So this is an example of Twitter India, where if you're curious about what's going on in the world of Twitter, especially in India, all you need to do is to follow the account and then just turn on notifications, and then you will be able to get it right there whenever you want it to, right? Now, once you've started listening, sometimes you talk about being on Twitter is a bit like going to a party, right? When you first go to a party, you don't go and run onto the dance floor straight away. You first go and try and get a vibe of what the place is like, which means you're listening, you're looking at what's happening in the room, and then you're taking a decision as to what you want to do. If you get to the stage where you decide to participate, you usually, again, don't run off to the dance floor first. You actually go and maybe talk to one person at the party or a group of people at that party. And in order to do that, you want to find a voice for yourself that feels authentic, that doesn't feel like you have to work too hard to do it, but that just feels natural. And one of the things that we're seeing happen now with our partners is as they've had fun on Twitter, just being playful, teams congratulating each other when they win matches, athletes having a go at each other from time to time, we're also beginning to see that this is happening in multiple languages in India. So one example of this was the FIFA Under-17 World Cup that happened last month, where FIFA actually became the first global sports federation to launch an account in Hindi. And they came in, can we get some volume please? Yes? Okay. Okay, so what happened as a result of that was, because it's such a unique story of like a global sports federation coming and actually tweeting in Hindi, they got a lot of interest over the course of those 3 weeks, and are now well on their way to actually be ready for next year's World Cup as well. So one of the things you want to think about as you're building your voice is that this is a platform that is just open and that can be seen by anyone. So whether it is English, whether it is another language that you feel comfortable speaking it, whether it's Telugu, I know the Chief Minister uses a lot of it in Telugu now, it really is getting up to the place where you have people that are able to recognize that and are able to be keeping it, just a sec, and are also able to view it as and when they want. So what happens is when FIFA tweets in Hindi, it also gets covered in Hindi publications, which then converts into people who are actually reading those publications and are able to see that. So you have that happening as you're building a voice. For a lot of sports federations and sports teams, as they start building their voice, they also start recognizing that this is one of the platforms where people really love engaging live in the moment, and you have an opportunity to do something here that you couldn't possibly do anywhere else, because that's when the match is happening and people want to be able to talk to you. So one of the important things that comes out for our partners and for you if you're using the platform is this idea of rewarding your fans, right? What does even rewarding your fans mean? Today, I know the traditional concept of a fan actually walking up to an athlete, getting an autograph or getting a photo with them was a really big deal. There are many ways in which that has been converted now in the digital world. And so one example of this is something really fun that we did a couple of years ago when we have an app called the Twitter Q&A app, which allows people to be able to actually respond with a video with the person's tweet embedded in there. Raise the volume, please.
मी गुढीपाडवा सेलिब्रेट केला घरी, माझे सगळे नातेवाईक आले घरी आणि आम्ही चांगलं लंच केला आणि आता काही वेळानंतर आम्ही डिनर पण सगळे एकत्र करणार आहोत. सगळे एकत्र आलेले आहेत, जमलेत. हा दिवस एक स्पेशल दिवस असतो आपल्या सगळ्यांसाठी आणि खास करून मी म्हणेन की ज्यावेळेला कुटुंब सगळे एकत्र येतात त्यावेळेला अजूनही बरं वाटतं.
That was a fan who had tweeted to Sachin Tendulkar in Marathi, not knowing whether Sachin would ever see his tweet or not knowing whether what he'd said had just gone into a parallel universe. But Sachin actually replied to that with a video where the fan's tweet is embedded. So you can see at the bottom that that's Suresh Joshi. He's tweeted that, the text of his Marathi tweet is in it, and then Sachin is replying to him in Marathi on Gudi Padwa, which then became a really special moment. And sometimes it's not about the numbers that you do, it's about the effect that you have on people, right? Like that one fan cherishes that moment for the rest of his life. And even if you're able to make that difference for a few of them as you go along, everyone understands that it's not possible for people to be on the platform all the time and to be responding all the time. But if you can make that a little bit special, then it starts making a really big difference. So that's one example of how our partners can reward their fans, and as you can think about it in the future as well. Another interesting thing you can do, there's a feature on Twitter right now called a Twitter moment. A Twitter moment is when if you go up, if you have your apps open, if you click on your profile picture and you see the sidebar there, there's a section called Moments where you can actually collect a bunch of tweets together and tell a story. You know, sometimes how as your timeline is going through, you like a few tweets and say, hey, if I want to tell a story about this moment, for example, the summit today, there have been a few speakers out here, there have probably been tweets from multiple people in the room. If the summit wants to put together a few tweets to tell others what the story of the summit is like, they could use a moment. And what happens in the Twitter moment is that people actually get notified of the fact that somebody has used their tweet in a moment. And so it's a special feeling because imagine if an athlete or a sports federation actually does that and includes your tweet. They're telling you that they liked what you had to share, and this is a very lightweight way of being able to do it. So this is a moment about Tiger Woods coming back to play golf, and the story was told with tweets from different accounts, which would have felt really good about that. The other thing that that's possible on Twitter right now, and we live in the age of the emoji, and Twitter has emojis of their own. And so earlier this year, we actually worked with the IPL to see how fans would react to having emojis of their favorite superstars. So there was a collection of 30 superstars who had their own Twitter emojis, and it was amazing to see how in earlier years when fans would talk about the matches, they wouldn't just talk about their teams, but they would actually talk about the people and their superstars playing there. And as a result of that, this year, while we were doing this, the amount of conversation that happened during the IPL went almost 10 times more than what it was with these emojis over the last year. So sometimes it's incredible how just doing simple, fun things can actually make it memorable for fans to use the platform or to follow you or to do more with it. So that's something you want to keep in mind as you're thinking about your journey on Twitter. You know, we got a few fun ones there from around the world as well. So it was good. And there were a whole host of fans who were tweeting about it through the course of the first few weeks, and got picked up with some nice stories out there. Finally, and this is looking ahead into the future. I know we're just getting started out here with everything that's possible on the internet in India, but this is something that Twitter has done really successfully with our partners everywhere else around the world, and we've just begun to start doing a lot of this in the country as well. So it's good for you to know what the possibilities are. We have a product called in-stream video sponsorship, where our partners who share highlights on the platform actually have the ability to monetize those highlights. So imagine a magical moment like this happens.
Oh, magnificent! Republic Bank Classic cash, if ever there was one. That is amazing. Talk about Superman. Fabian Allen, the substitute fielder. My goodness. You will not see a better catch than that in any level of the game.
You're absolutely...
So the moment happens, the highlight is tweeted immediately on Twitter. Fans go crazy sharing that in real time because they want to share that with their friends and talk about this moment that's happening. And within that moment, Caribbean Premier League, the partner, has the ability with us to be able to monetize those videos with a sponsor of theirs, actually taking that video and then promoting it to well beyond their followers. So what then happens is that they don't just get extra distribution for their videos, but they also end up making more money for that. And it's been a really successful program that we've done with more than 300 partners in over 20 countries. So we're really excited to do more of that in India, and I'm sure with some of our partners here as well in the future. Okay, so we come back to the 4 things that we spoke about. And I'd love for us to think in this room about this even through our own personal journeys on the platform as it pans out. You know, we want to begin by being able to listen with interest. And if you're ever working with a partner or a sports federation that's going through the same journey, keep that in mind as well. But listening with interest, making sure that you build a voice that's authentic, that fans love, then actually rewarding those fans that are coming to you, engaging with you, talking to you all the time. And then ultimately in the future, the goal is to also be able to make money off that and have fun with it. So that's all I have for you today, but I'm happy to take questions if there are any. Thank you. Anything? Or are we just going straight on to the next? You have one, okay. Yeah, please. Sure, no, absolutely. You can pass on a mic there, please.
Good evening, myself Neha Dwivedi. I work with UNICEF as a state digital media manager, and I'm presently handling the portfolio of Government of Telangana's health department. So essentially sports is a very interesting content. So as the celebrities, so as the music, so as the cooking and all that. But myself being from the development sector, we have often seen that the social content, which is more touching, really doesn't gain the sentiment so strongly on the social media. And there is also a lot of post boosting or tweets boosting which goes. For example, I'll give you an example. A lot of you might be aware of the measles rubella campaign which just got concluded in Andhra and Telangana just in two and a half months back. So we had a massive online digital campaign. Naturally, organically, if we see, there is not much of boosting or retweeting which happens, though it represents the public sentiment. But when the boost goes, it suddenly grows up. So what is the way out in that kind of scenario? One. Secondly, essentially the fact boils down to the fact that you have the celebrities, if there are cricketers or if there is a Rana Daggubati, or if for that matter Priyanka Chopra is part of those videos, it will go viral like anything. But for everyone, this is not possible. So what is the way out of what Twitter or Facebook can offer us? For that matter, maybe my friend who has something really socially relevant content and she wants to get it popularized. What is that you can offer to that kind of scenario? Thanks.
Yeah, it's a great question. And I think one way to think about it is to take advantage of each platform's strengths, right? So at least as far as Twitter is concerned, Twitter's strength is that it's live and it's public, which means that the opportunity for something to travel really fast is always there. And I'll give you an example. There's actually an account on Twitter called Blood Donors IN. I don't know if you've seen this before, but started out many years ago as just someone who understood that in case of an emergency, Twitter is the fastest platform for that news to sort of reach and spread. And if there are people who care about that cause that they know of, then they'll be able to help that get to the right audiences. When he first started, it was just cases of blood donations that were needed in Bombay. And so they would just tweet about the fact that we need this blood at this hospital at this time with the phone number, and that would spread. To the point now that they've gotten really, really far, where literally anywhere in India, most times when they're tweeting these needs for blood, literally people see it and then are able to help. So I think it also comes down to the emergency of a certain situation, if you will, on the platform. I know there are a lot of causes, and candidly, like someone mentioned before, people are distracted. They have a lot going on in their lives. So what can you do to make sure that their attention is captured in that time? The other way I would encourage you to think about this, especially with UNICEF, is that you have a lot of ambassadors who have a huge following on the platform, right? And to be able to use them well, right? Essentially, people love following people on Twitter. The most followed person in the world is Katy Perry, right? She's got more than 100 million followers on the platform, and they tend to respond to that well as well. So if you have a UNICEF campaign about to come up, it may be a good idea to just talk to your ambassador well ahead of time, see if they're open to doing a couple of things, and then actually driving that conversation from there. The other piece of advice that I could possibly share is, it actually comes from the world of music. I think the apocryphal story about how some people would do one tweet and say, oh, this is what we need, and here's how we want you guys to help, so go buy something or go donate something. But Twitter is a platform of conversation, right? It starts bubbling up when people actually are talking about it. So I think just last week there was a person from Bangalore who was trying to raise money for his cook's daughter because she couldn't afford the fees to do a coaching program for something she wanted to go there. And in 2 days, they raised 75,000 rupees because he was talking or tweeting about it consistently in a short span of time. And then a few people saw that and they said, oh, we want to respond, because sometimes, because of the chronological nature of Twitter's timeline, you may or may not be on the app at a certain time, so you may miss it if you don't see that one tweet. But if someone's tweeted 15 times in 15 minutes, but it's all relevant, that's another thing that could help. So as far as Twitter is concerned, at least those are thinking about the people that have a large following that care about the cause, and then making sure that it's in bursts of information as opposed to one post from time to time. Cool. Anyone else? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. And at this point, we break for a short while, but please be back in about 15-20 minutes. We have a very, very interesting panel discussion and sessions coming up. So thank you so much. Please go stretch your legs and post about it. Use the hashtag, of course, SM Summit 17. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to begin the next segment of our sessions. May I please request everyone to come back into the hall. We have some very interesting sessions lined up. Thank you. Please come back inside the hall and settle down. Thank you. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, may I request everyone to please come back inside the hall. We're ready to begin our next sessions. Could the volunteers please have people come inside and settle down? Thank you. The team of volunteers. Ladies and gentlemen who are outside, there's a 50% sale happening inside the hall. Come back in. Hashtag rush. Hashtag offer open until stocks last. Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin our next session in a couple of minutes. Request everyone to please settle down, and if you could please put your mobile phones on silent. Thank you. Thank you so much. I hope your batteries are recharged after the wonderful samosas and chai. Now, we're going to have a wonderful panel discussion right now, which will be moderated by Dr. Motushi, who spoke with us a short while ago. And we have three very interesting icons of our society, offline and online, who've been who have been influencers in various dimensions. To begin with, we have Rajneel Kamath, a digital media professional based out of New Delhi, and he runs R2D2 Technologies, a digital media strategy consulting and development firm. With more than 6 years of work experience in the digital industry, he's worked with Google before starting out on his own and has wide exposure on public policy and government affairs, works with multiple brands, government entities, and individuals on a range of digital initiatives. We also have Raghavendra Hunasgi, who is a seasoned digital transformation leader and strategist. He's an expert in branding, marketing, product launch, and digital transformation. A Harvard Business School alumni, social media influencer, author, market leader, has a PhD from the Indian Institute of Management, is an alumni, of course, like of the Harvard Business School. I suddenly feel absolutely illiterate right now talking about your credentials. But he's worked for some of the biggest names in the business. He's worked with them. He's an experienced entrepreneur and leader, and has handled many prestigious projects on social media. Notably, he's also handled the end-to-end presidential election campaign in West African countries and Japan also, if I'm not wrong, and many other fields like these, both political, corporate, business. He was awarded the Economic Times Young Leader Award, Forbes Top Social Media Influencer, and regular keynote speaker at various global events. And along with these two wonderful social media transformation experts, we have Top Cop, who is the present Commissioner of Police for Vijayawada City, Mr. Gautam Sawang, who is a cop with an impeccable set of qualities and an absolutely brilliant work ethic. So we'd like to bring these three speakers onto the stage. May I please invite them on stage, and also invite Dr. Motushi to come up and moderate this session. Let's have a round of applause. Come on, everyone. Louder, you've had your chai now. Come on. Lovely. Hashtag SM Summit 17. Thank you. Joining us on this panel, We're good. So I think Mr. Gautam Sawang will join us. We can begin the session until then, or sure.
Good evening. Is this working? Am I audible? Yeah, thank you so much. So, once again, welcome back. And this time we are going to interact with three personalities as has already been introduced to us. Mr. Sangwan is on his way and will join the panel. So we'll, begin our discussion with,
He's here.
He's here?
Yeah.
So, okay, we're just on time.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Gautam Sawang, our top cop, Commissioner of Police for Vijayawada City. Welcome, sir. I think that's what we call an entry. So.
So, if I may ask the coordinators, are all the hand mics working? Will I give each of the panelists one, mic each? Is that how, I think, yep, this is on. All right, thank you. All right, so I think we are going to continue with the conversation that we started in the previous session, wherein we are talking about the role of social media. And this time, however, we are going to focus in on the specific role of this particular medium in the context of societal issues. And therein we have, of course, the Commissioner of Police, as well as, a person who is looking after brands, and also a person who's working on a lot of policy issues related to government platforms. And so just by the way of introduction, we have already noted that social media has been leveraged by people the world over when it comes to proliferating messages about social causes or movements that have taken place. So for example, the Arab Spring, as well as the Chennai floods, all of these are instances where people have come together and responded without being prompted at all. And it has led to general social good. At the same time, there is also this dark side of humanity that probably spills over into this particular space. And it kind of, when it does go unregulated. It does, wreak havoc sometimes. So actually, I'll turn to my panelists and put some questions that will allow us to probe into these issues and kind of, learn from them what they, in their own capacities, are kind of, doing in order to address each of those issues. So if I could, start with the Commissioner of Police, sir, please. I think the audience would really benefit from knowing about what social media strategy and tools the police are using in order to address the police mandate.
At the outset, I think, let me take this opportunity of welcoming everybody
to Vijayawada, the new precincts of the new capital of the new state of Andhra Pradesh. It's indeed a privilege to have all of you in this location. I know that Vijayawada is, until recently, wasn't really in the map, but of late, because of this context after the division of the state and formation of the new state, it is emerging to be a new capital. So I really take this opportunity of welcoming all of you, and I'm particularly appreciative of the fact that those organizers of this event to conduct this event here in Vijayawada. I know it's a little out of context to the subject, but nevertheless, I thought I should take this opportunity. The first of its kind social media summit to be held here. Ma'am, your question was the kind of tools. Now, as we are all aware that this is an emerging domain, and this domain is very fast changing. So therefore, it is always a challenge for the law enforcement agencies to keep track and also keep abreast with what's happening on this platform. There are many tools that we have, but then the tools are such that it is always catching up on what is happening, and very often, the issues about privacy, issues about infringing upon rights, etc., is something that we always constantly battle with. But nevertheless, there are mechanisms in place where police agencies, we are building our capacities, and at the same time, in whatever manner that is possible and that is acceptable, we are putting in place such mechanism to keep in watch. But again, I think it's what exactly are the tools, maybe
or
professional
strategies, or any example that you can share
Right.
with us.
Yeah, there are many examples that we are having. I think the famous that you're talking about is, as it could be as massive as the Arab Spring, as well as in the recent times that we have seen what has happened in Bangalore city, the kind of disturbances and disruptions that it has caused, creating that kind of a mindset, a fear in the minds of certain sections of the society. And today, we see that there are a lot of activism, whether it is on the rightist or whether the leftist. So we need to keep contending with such kind of issues. So it is a challenge. It's a really challenge on a day-to-day basis to see what is trending and what is the emerging issues which may have consequences on general law and order, ramifications about social disturbances, in conflict in the society, generating tensions generally amongst the communities and sections of the society, as well as, on the other hand, we have individual specific cases of violations and infringements, which we keep on dealing with. Now, when it comes to the one which is affecting sections of the society on basis of, like some issues, it becomes a little difficult for us to really contend with and deal with. But when it comes to infringement of individual, rights and issues, then we are able to intervene and intervene quickly. But sometimes that it depends upon how the administrators of these various platforms, to what extent they cooperate. We find that some of those, in some, we see very quick response, but we also come across instances where the response could have been better. But it's always it's always evolving, and we try to see that the processes which are in place are bettered as we go along. But it's a huge challenge that we are facing on a daily basis.
Sir, can you, share with us and, as citizens, are there any specific legal frameworks or, laws that we need to be aware of as citizens that govern our behavior on social media, and anything that we should be wary of as users of social media? I'm sure everybody will want to know.
Well, I think there has been a lot of debate on this aspect, so it'll be little, I think it'll be a little hazardous on my part to really comment on this, because it may, lead to probably little controversies, because this is very jealously guarded area. And recently you had the Supreme Court also passing judgments on this. So therefore, for me, it's a little difficult. But I guess that I'm sure that those who are on social media should be guided by their own, the principles. It should be self-regulatory rather than, specific lines or bounds which can be prescribed. So that becomes a little difficult for us to, and I can't be really hazarding what are the sections and what is right, what is wrong, because again it goes case-to-case basis. So these are the difficulties that we are contending with on a daily basis. But again, you see, if you are targeting somebody specifically, a particular individual, again, what aspect of that individual that you are looking at, whether the individual's engagement, professional, what you call participation, or something very personal about the individual. So it depends, it varies. It's very difficult to really frame it or prescribe it in that manner.
So maybe, we can say at this point of time, there are no real guidelines or even laws that govern this area, but, we certainly hope that, some such things evolve, or, we really don't know if it does evolve. We'll see probably, as it occurs.
Yes, ma'am. It's like, this is an emerging, it's an evolving domain. So therefore, a lot depends upon, that what is the practices which is prevailing. So therefore, again, as I said, trying to define it becomes very difficult. And this is a very fast-changing domain. Like every day, you see, like different nuances coming in. And not only in terms of, the usage, but also in terms of technology. Like the technology itself is fast changing. You have different kinds of social media platforms emerging. Something which comes momentarily and then just disappears. So it becomes difficult for you to even capture it. Like, do you capture a screen print of that? But how do you really, sort of use that? Then questions of, how to, even the digital footprints becomes difficult in certain times. So with the advancement of technology, the dimensions are changing, the parameters are changing, the variables are changing. So it's a really challenging, but very, I must say, very engaging thing what is happening. And I'm sure for many it's very intoxicating too. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So I'll move on to Rajneel. Rajneel, since you work in the space where you're also you're working with the government in some of their projects, you're also looking at policy, framing up close. So if I put the same question to you in terms of when we look at government framing policy around the use of digital media, and again, you could be a bit more inclusive and talk about digital media a bit more expansively than just social media. What do you see emerging there from the perspective of policy guidelines?
I think one is we have a government both at the center and the state who are extremely active on social media. They believe in the power and they want to use it to put out their message, engage with people. I think the government realizes that at some point they need to regulate it as well, because certain things that go on the platform can't continue happening. A lot of the decisions have been taken more by the Supreme Court than by governments itself. There is a lot of scope for misuse. The other day there was a tweet which said, make a post and you get arrested, but threaten to cut off Sanjalila Bhansali's head and Deepika's nose and nothing happens, right? These are the kinds of things which government needs to regulate, needs to come forward. There are community guidelines that platforms have, whether it's Facebook, whether it's Twitter, and they need to enforce it equally as well. Platforms generally, when you're talking about enforcement, I think a lot of the regulation that currently exists is more from a platform perspective. Should platforms be held liable for the content that runs on it or not? What happens if they don't remove it? What happens to the people who post that content? How do you deal with them? What is defamatory? Section 66A was typically that. What you thought was humor for me was offensive, and then I could file a case against you, and people have gone to jail for it as well. As Sir mentioned, it is an evolving landscape, so the rules will evolve as and when it happens. The other thing with technology is that because it's changing every day, sometimes law enforcement is unable to keep up. If there's a hacking going on, you won't know who's hacked. You don't know from where the activity is happening. So there are a lot of issues that need to be addressed. I'm sure the government is aware. Sometimes, this is just not about India, this is about the whole world in general, that sometimes going soft on these laws also helps governments push their message even further. So they will keep that balance in saying, how do I ensure I get my message out and my people are safe, while at the same time I'm able to crack down on everything else. So that is a balance that most governments in the world will try and do, and it happens even in this country.
Sure. Yeah, I think that is well said. The question of balancing, often, again, that itself is a challenge. You see, like, to what extent can we be permissive? It also depends upon your interpretation. Like, if you want to bring in some kind of, dynamism in the society, in the system, change comes about by questioning, okay? And then with that comes about, a lot of debate. So to what extent do you permit? This is always a question of, judgment. Yeah?
I think a point there is, like, till about 8 years back or 9 years back, right? Social media is in its nascent stages. Everyone's like, oh, it's phenomenal. The Arab Spring has happened. We're bringing democracy. There's progress. The last year and a half, it's seen the opposite. Economist does a cover, is social media an evil? These are the very same people who liked the change that happened 8 years back from a regime perspective in the Arab countries, didn't like what was happening in the US by the same medium, and now suddenly that same platform which was bringing democracy and progress is creating division and amplifying division. So it depends on how you see it. It is change. Is it good or bad? That's your perspective on how you want to take it from there.
Sure. So, I think, we'll take that cue and move on to Hunasgi.
Yeah.
Basically, you're a marketer. And, the thoughts that are coming out here and what we have talked about in the morning also is that there is a lot of negativity. Right. And, a marketer would say that it's just human nature to talk more about the negatives than the positives. Right. So, as a digital marketer, when brands face a lot of negativity online, what would you suggest that the marketer do in order to respond to that negativity?
Sure.
How would they handle that?
Sure. So I'll touch a little bit about the question that is ongoing, because it is very relevant to what I do at UN. Absolutely. And what we do at the central government and state government levels. As both of them rightly said, at UN, the social media policy gets revised every quarter, because that's the pace at which the social media is changing, number one. Number two, the problem with, so we do social threat management for large countries and large events, like my team is doing social threat management for the Japanese Olympics that is coming up in 2020. The challenge there is social media is always reactive, right? We can only do active social listening and act once somebody posts a content or a video or probably a message. We can never kind of, though you set a framework and a policy, it is still democratic and people will still go ahead and violate it. So even at the world level, at UN, at World Economic Forum, everywhere, there is one challenge that we are facing constantly is how do we kind of bring in a policy or a framework where we kind of make it a little more proactive than being reactive. but has not been greatly successful. And I mean, everywhere, all the countries are still working on trying to see how we can address that solution. For the brands, yeah, I mean, the good part about managing brands like Coke, Nike, Harley Davidson, they are large MNC brands, is a lot of people talk good things, but even one kind of negative comment or one negative post kind of takes a complete toll on the whole brand, right? For example, Coca-Cola, we all very famously know the kind of campaign which said Coca-Cola hash toilet cleaner. So it kind of led to a few hundreds of hundreds of thousands of dollars of revenue loss on a day-to-day, everyday basis. That is the kind of impact it had on the brand like Coke. So what the best approach that kind of agencies and organizations like ours take is, for every negative comment or negative campaign, to stop that from going viral, you need to have at least 5 positive comments that are going at the same time, trying to be viral. But at times it goes out of control. Like for example, Coke as a brand kind of got severely dented when the whole toilet cleaning campaign kind of happened, and the overall revenue loss, I mean, we can't even kind of take a guess. The overall annual revenue loss because of that awareness campaign was a few hundreds of millions of dollars just in the APAC region, and more so in India. So what we kind of do is, every time when there is a negative post, whether it is an individual or a brand, the best way to combat that is, instead of kind of going back and giving justification, it's always makes sense to do more positive campaigns, probably on a different topic altogether, but for the same brand. That kind of really works. I mean, we have seen that working very well.
Thank you so much. So, if I can come back to Commissioner Sir, of course we understand this space is evolving from NGOs to governments to, the execution arm. They're all kind of looking to find how to probably, put legal frameworks to this. At the same time, I'm sure in your, such an experienced career, you have come across some specific cases wherein cyber cell has cracked, a crime, has found a solution, or the perpetrator through certain tactics or certain strategies. So if you could share with us, maybe a couple of examples, real life examples wherein the cyber cell has actually tracked and found the perpetrator and what they had done, without probably disclosing too many details.
Yeah, I think we, on almost a daily basis, come across, instances of violations and infringements. Recently, there was one case particularly where somebody, a lady, had somebody has been, somebody had created a page. A Facebook page, in fact. And then it took quite a deal for us to really track it down. And this person has been he's taken a lot of precautions. He knew a lot about her. I mean, to track, to sort of mask the trail. The trail went to Bangalore. From Bangalore, it went to Pune. From Pune, it went to Mumbai. And eventually it just so happened that, to cut a long story short, this lady had gone for a course to attend in Mumbai and got to know somebody in that who was also attending the same course, so who happened to get to know her details. And this person was able to really, mask his footprints. So that's one case that we really had to crack. Not only it is the service providers, but also we had to really work with the telephone operators, and then many other kind of evidences to crack down this case. So every case is a challenge for us. Every instance is a challenge, because it's not very simple violation. We are finding people who violate or commit offenses. They are as equally crafty about, and then they know that the capacity of the law enforcement agencies, and so therefore they tend to mask their trails. So that's again, digital forensics is a domain which even the police, we are also struggling on a daily basis. But we do have capacities. In fact, we have capacities which could be almost world class. But then we cannot be really real, they are not always available for all and sundry cases that is being reported on a daily basis. We are finding that there is an increasing trend in the number of violations, particularly social media and of course, after the demonetization, we find that there is more and more cases in terms of the digital transactions. And it could be as simple as, most of them using what you call credit cards and debit cards, which they are not very familiar with, and easily fall prey to calls from, pranksters who will say, okay, we were checking on your, is this your credit card number? They say yes. Is this your name? They say yes. Okay, we're just checking. Oh, we're verifying, we're updating. We'll send you a OTP, tell us what it is, and then fall prey. I mean, as simple thing as that to, very sophisticated ones. Police is definitely, across the country, it is a challenge to really build these capacities within us. Like even if we have those capacities, it is confined and available at one or two or few locations. You have a cybercrime police station, cybercrime cell, and that may be just one or two in a state. So not available or in one location. So not commonly available and easily available. In every case engages a team for quite a long duration because every step is a breakthrough and then we move ahead. So, and we have multiple, points where you need to interface, interact with multiple agencies, so multiple domains. So therefore, it's always a constant challenge. But we are really, we are fast catching up. The government of India itself is assisting all the states to build these capacities. And Andhra Pradesh, I could say that is one state that we have been on the forefront in terms of technology and, so also our capacities. Though, of course, we left most of our assets and capacities in Hyderabad. We are building and we are on the right track and very fast track. But again, just if I may be permitted to really digress a little bit. We talked about, how the social media, I'm talking from a larger, little more holistic perspective, from a bigger plane, like the Arab Spring, for example. Now, that's the undercurrent, what is happening in the society. Now, very often the institutions, the governance structures and mechanisms, they may not be really abreast or aware of what is really happening on the ground. Now, it's important that, there's the gap between what is trending, what is actually engaging the people. And here when I say people, it's mostly the youth. It's mostly the younger generation of the society who are hooked on to social media. Let's not say hooked on, but they are on to social media. Social media is becoming a commonly used, naturally used kind of a means of communication and means of, let's say, even existence today. I mean, that's the kind of scenario what is existing on the ground. So therefore, it's very important for us, those who are in, the governance structures and mechanism, the helm of affairs, to also get to know the pulse. That is, what is really going into the minds of the people? What does the people feel and say about things? Because if you don't, then maybe you may lose it. And you may come across a scenario as to what is happening, what has happened in Arab Spring. So what has been trending? There is an undercurrent which is always existing on the ground, and that undercurrent can be created and brought about. Perceptions can be, sort of managed. It can be, it's a whole new arena where engagements can be, anticipated in times to come. So we really are looking at it from that perspective also. How do we, you say the control, a regulatory mechanism? I'm not talking about a legal perspective alone. You see, how do you deal with this? Where do you want the drift to go towards?
So monitoring the conversations.
Yes, even interventions can be
Social
of
listening.
different kind.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you can generate. Now you have professionals, I think, working on those domains as well. They're giving you solutions. Now what is in the social media domain what you're looking for? Is it the numbers? Is it the number of likes? Is it the number of, thumbs ups? Or what is it what is more important? I know from a commercial perspective, your look will be different, your take will be different.
Absolutely.
But from, the government's perspective, the state's perspective, where are we drifting towards? There are certain tendencies, if I want to destabilize, if I want to disrupt a society or a nation, you see, engagements can be on a different realm, on different theaters, different domains. You can create, you can destabilize, truly disruptive.
Absolutely.
It's a disruption.
Absolutely.
The disruptive technology.
Manipulate sentiments, victimize truth, all of that.
Exactly. So
that
that
will
is
happen.
more challenging, I would say, that we
Certainly.
need to be careful than really individual and specifics. Individual and specific is just a matter of time. We will reach, it may take time. The violators, those who are infringing, those who, exploit the system or situation, the law will catch up. It's just a matter of time, okay? But this domains becomes something which we have to be careful about.
Sure. So, well, I'll come back to that important issue. Going with the same question to you, Rajneel, can you share with us specific cases, an example or two in that same vein of, where a specific instance of application of a policy has led to certain change, or, a specific policy has been devised?
I won't say it's a policy, but I'll definitely say guidelines. You have Twitter Seva as an example of that, where you can go with a grievance to a particular ministry and they would actually help you out. So for example, if you're traveling by train and you notice that the compartment is not clean, you can tweet to Rail Seva. I mean, it's Twitter Seva, but for the rail ministry. And they will actually come and clean the compartment and show you how better linen. The funny part is, because we love misusing things also, it's been misused in the past where a person asked for a diaper for his child, So we also need to be careful that when something is being provided to you, you make good use of it. This is being done not just for the rail ministry, it's being done by the Ministry of External Affairs for people who've lost their passports and are stranded in countries outside of India, for people looking for a visa to come back into India. Even so that the Ministry of Commerce and Industry has, for exporters and importers, and for startups as well, because Startup India does come under the Ministry of Commerce, they've kind of set up, again, you can reach out to them and they will help. For the commerce industry, the experience has been great because they realized majority of the queries came from the Director General of Foreign Trade. And many of them were just queries, they were not complaints. So how do you take those queries and say, can I make it more accessible to the user? Because ideally my time is going in answering queries which you should find somewhere else. So you'll find a lot of these use cases now that are coming up, and these are all guidelines set up by ministries that if a person is reaching out to you, please respond to them. It's done very corporate style. There are SLAs, there are service level agreements. You've got to respond in 2 days. You need to ensure there's a follow-up. There are metrics which the ministries review internally. There are people who are called up and said, why is it not being done as per that? That is one aspect where you're actually doing citizen services. There are also unique ways of capturing attention, which is what most people would want. In most cases, the Ministry of Textiles would be very boring to anybody. You and I would wonder, oh, they're doing something with weavers, we have nothing to do with it. Fashion designers are there, but that's it. Last year there was a campaign called I Wear Handloom, which was done by the Honorable Minister Smriti Irani. And it was very simple. Her objective of doing it was to raise awareness about the fact that the clothes that you may be wearing is actually made by a weaver who right now, the number of weavers in India are decreasing because power looms are taking over. And also because more and more people don't want to wear Indian clothes or Indian outfits. And it was a very simple hashtag and said, I'm very proud of wearing Indian handloom. And if you are, then take a selfie of you wearing and tag 5 other people. And that really spread. We have 52 spices in India, and they go all over the world. I'm not sure how many of us even know what those 52 spices are. We have different varieties of tea, different varieties of coffee. The Commerce Ministry again did a campaign which spoke about what are these spices, what are these teas, what are these coffees, what can you do with them, what are the recipes. Traditionally, these are managed by the boards, right? You would think of the spice board as I have nothing to do with it because it's only dealing with manufacturers. But here is how government is coming forward and taking initiatives to actually reach out to the public in ways that the boards or anyone else would have never done.
So how are they doing it, specifically?
I think Twitter Seva is great. I sometimes feel that maybe while Twitter is a platform you should be on, the larger audience is also on Facebook, so it needs to be extended there. And I'm sure the government and Facebook themselves are trying to figure out how that mechanism can be done. They're launching something called Town Hall, where you can directly reach out to your local MLA and your local MP and you can submit your problems. There's definitely a lot more that you'll see coming up, and we're just about a year and a half away from another election. So if anything, you're only going to see it become even more hotter. You're already seeing it in Gujarat. Mr. Gandhi's got his mojo back, if many people are to be believed. So you will see that it will pick up, and it's good to have an opposition that gets social media as well, right? When your competition is as good as you are, the product is going to, it's the consumer who benefits. So in this case, I think the citizens will benefit if both of them do a good job.
So we'll come back to this issue of use of social media in the context of elections in India. If I could move to Jonas-ki, in the commercial space, brands do a lot of social listening. And as Commissioner was talking about, picking up the trends and all of that, this is something the brands are constantly doing. So what are, of course, in the context of social listening, how do you pick up these trends?
Sure. So social listening is a very interesting aspect, right? So we do social listening for multiple reasons. You can do social listening to see what your customers are talking, maybe to do a sentiment analysis. I launch a product and I want to know how many of them are talking positive, negative, neutral, and if negative, what is the feature or the aspect of product that they don't like and stuff like that. I'll take specific examples and kind of tell you how we did social listening. Coke kind of wanted to launch a brand where launch a soft drink with apple flavor, with the same fizz but with the apple flavor, right? And so they kind of wanted to do it in Southeast Asian countries, and they said, let me check how kind of this whole thing works. We had a sample of close to 10,000 audience, people of all age groups who are like fond of Coke. They kind of gave it to all of them and said that let's do a social campaign on what comes out. It kind of backfired in a very bad way that everybody was talking. I mean, they couldn't relate Coke and Apple. I mean, it was a drink that kind of nobody liked. So it saved a lot of production cost for them. They never launched that product in Southeast Asia. In some parts of US it is available, but in Asia they thought this will not be a good fit. That is one aspect where you kind of want to do a product launch or want to enter into a new geo, new country, and you want to see how people will react. Second aspect of social listening is whether we talk about again governments, large organizations, large brands, or celebrities for that matter. Social listening can be done at a very superficial level. We also do it at a level where we track the IP address of the person, right? If we talk about a celebrity or a nation or a leader, and let us say there are people who are kind of doing negative tweets or negative posts, and then there are threats that are coming about that particular brand or a leader, you do listening to see, is there a campaign that is being promoted? Is it that your competition is seeding this whole thing, this whole viral campaign, or is it naturally, organically picking up? If it is natural and organic, the way to combat that is much easy. If a competition is kind of spreading that message out, then it becomes very hard because they will put all their might to make sure that this campaign goes viral. So you do listening and then decide what kind of outreach you want to do. Do you want to kind of go out and tell your customers, we'll come back with a better product, or do you want to go and ask for a public apology, or do you want to kind of totally ignore? So it depends on the outcomes of social listening on how your messaging has to be crafted. So these are few scenarios.
Sure, thank you. Commissioner Sir, if I could put this question to you. We've talked about, of course, following the trends, and you have talked about the challenges associated with that. I would just want to probably, shift gears a bit and look at the aspect of how does the law enforcement agencies use social media as a platform for interaction with citizens on a real-time basis? Complaints or redressals?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, that is another emerging area. It is new to the police's engagement because, again, there are no set yardsticks or let's say a matrix whereby how to go about doing this. But it is so far, it's individual initiatives being taken by officers at various levels, at the district level, and then also at major towns and cities that they have set it up. But then again, this is an area where lots can be done. I mean, it's just left to your imagination, the kind of potential that he has. We have so many best practices available globally where they have really used this platform to leverage, coming close to the people, that is, the members, to the society. So essentially, police is public service. It's a public service. So therefore, it only makes sense that police makes itself available in this forum and fora where you can have very quick interaction with the members of the society. So this is something that we need to really set up. But I confess that that's an area that where we really need to look at ourselves. There are various limiting factors. Amongst them is, like capacity, let's say resource, in fact, even the use of availability of resources also is a challenge that limits us. But otherwise, it is something that we are really looking towards too. And very, very soon, in fact, our Honorable CM itself of Andhra Pradesh talks about using the social media platform extensively, not only to reach out, interface, but also participation. You see, the people's participation in the various processes that is ongoing, the state initiatives as well as any other programs that is being, the government programs, etc. So it has a huge potential. We are also really looking forward. And what is the kind of model is something that we need to really look at. Always initiatives is fine, but then, stabilizing it is always a problem. How do you stabilize it? How do you sustain it? And then we don't have that requisite, staff also to really sit and then be engaged on social media. Social media is very, very demanding. I'm sure you're aware of it. So it does needs somebody dedicated for intense. The engagement is very intense. If you're not fast enough, quick enough, it leads to, what you call developments which may not be, like what you really desire. So that is another, concern whenever we come out with such kind of, what you call solutions. So therefore, we tend to make it more central, not really, disseminate and have more centers, so that it becomes easier for us to see that it is progressing in the right direction.
Sure. But as we acknowledge it, hopefully as citizens, we will see, some of these get implemented for, the protection and, engagement of the society. Thank you.
In fact, it's not only, from the point of crime prevention, crime detection, or only, but also generally, you see, like what is policing? Safety, security, or you want to see maintain order in a particular area, somebody's rights are being infringed, or police, you see, police is not omnipotent, omnipresent. Yet the expectation on the police is, one on those lines. What is the police doing? Police is taking a long time. Police is not able to know. It's only groping in the dark. But who tells the police? Okay, now in technology, when it comes to, like digital world, we have some digital footprints to lead us to where, but then when it comes to otherwise, the conventional, traditional domains, unless somebody tells us, how do you expect us to know? So that's, it'll be a collaborative, participative process.
Absolutely.
And that's something which we really need.
Absolutely.
Because police should be seen as it's a partnership. Safety, security, it's a collaborative effort. So we are also really excited, to tell you frankly, looking at these possibilities, like what the social media platforms throws up to us. So we are really excited about it. But we don't know how to really grapple with it and put forth the best solutions.
Sure.
Thank you.
So, hope to see more of this as we go along. We're moving towards wrapping up this session, maybe, the last couple of questions. So, Rajni, coming back to you, taking on the cue that you had raised last time round, how do you see the role of social media evolving in the context of elections in India?
I think it's already very sophisticated now. Post 2014, a lot of mechanisms have evolved. He's also been working with it, so he'll be able to give you very intricate details from a data perspective. But you are seeing platforms emerge. You've got Facebook, you've got Twitter, a platform that all of us use every day, that's WhatsApp. It's probably even more dominant in today's day and age when it comes to politics than maybe Facebook and Twitter, because you're able to pass messages very easily to people. You are getting messages from people who you know, so you're more likely to trust it even more. I think one fallacy is that you can't assume that if you win the battle on social media, you're also winning on ground. The nature of Indian politics is different from American politics, for example. Right? You've got to have a good, sizable workforce, even on ground, who are able to take your message to the people, because India is still a country where connectivity hasn't reached everybody yet. But for a lot of urban areas, it's easier to reach out to people, put your message across, because you're able to create psychographic profiles of people. You're able to tailor-make messages specifically for them, something that touches an emotional chord or a chord that they are particularly care about deeply. And you are able to, in a way, sway the mind of the voter in your favor. And social media allows you to do that. With the geo effect now, you'll probably see that in the next coming election, a lot of it is going to be a perception battle that will play out on social media, and then a lot of local issues that will play out locally, and then on the ground as well. The organization that a political party will have will be very, very digitally driven. You will see a lot more. Already, I think in UP, for example, there were 17,000 WhatsApp groups, and every WhatsApp group was linked to a specific region. With a very specific, even within the region, it was a typical caste, religious composition, and you had messages tailor-made for them. You'll see that being replicated at a national level as well. Again, it is down to the booth level. I think, political parties that never used to recognize it earlier are now recognizing the need to be there, if not anything else. Some political parties realize that if you can't challenge the dominance of a party offline, at least try and do it online. So you will see that coming more and more often.
Thank you. If I could take the same question to you, and however, ask you to throw some light upon the rural, use of social media in the context of, generally, what is it, or how are people in the rural areas of the country using it?
Sure. So, so one of the key initiatives with, we had a lot of controversy about the free internet, Facebook wanting to make internet free, and again, as he said, Jio extending internet at a very low price and all of that. The penetration has been significant, especially in the last 1 year or so. And the total, I mean, again, coming back to the same elections, I mean, if we take one election as a use case, 64% of the vote bank of this nation is on social media today. And especially with WhatsApp also being a form of social media, 64% of them are already on the social media. So that's the best channel, or probably the number one channel for any of the potential, candidates to kind of campaign, right? So that's one aspect. Second aspect, in terms of the rural empowerment, there have been 21, significant World Bank, UN, Gates Foundation kind of funded projects that are now disseminated to all the rural regions. Like there have been 61 rural places where we are doing women empowerment, local employment, teaching hygiene to a lot of these young adult women. So the whole, initially, when the non-digital, non-social era, it was all about the fund is, given to one authority, and, then he kind of implements the program and gives you back the report, and you kind of don't know how you monitor. Today, some of the donor organizations have mandated it that it has to be on the social media, right? I mean, today, in northern part of India, there is a huge fund that has been given for the awareness on, one is the cancer and second is on the HIV/AIDS. There's close to $6 million that has been given. Now, the donor organization has mandated saying everything has to go on social media through the NGO. Number one, how the funds are utilized, outreach, the amount of people you have reached out to, the kind of people, and what is the outcome, right? And everything has to be social and everything has to be public. So there is a lot of transparency that has come on how this whole thing is utilized in the rural parts. And the last one being, there are many, again, we had great speakers talk about YouTube and how it is empowering Twitter and all of that. So there are a lot of YouTube channels which are today teaching how do I kind of start a small and a mid-size, enterprise or a small help group, where there are trainings that are conducted on YouTube on telling, how do I kind of use stitching as a medium to establish my own business, or how do I kind of do something with a wood or a bamboo in a lot of villages through YouTube. Government, a lot of companies are doing it as part of their CSR, where there is a connectivity, there is an internet. All these women come to a place during an afternoon, learn the whole session, go back, and it has kind of really transformed. So it is definitely, there is a paradigm shift on how things are shaping up.
So, I think we are all out of time. I thank my panelists, Mr. Sangwan, Rajneel, and Raghavendra for this wonderful discussion, and thank you for being such a wonderful audience. Thank you so much.
And thank you, Dr. Mataji, for moderating this. Sir, I'd love to have your picture as the DP of the police department. It, I think, would just really give a very comforting feeling to everyone that we'd love to sit and hear you talk, and of course both of you, but we're kind of short on time and we need to move on to our next session. So thank you so very much for being a part of this. Thank you. Sorry. You can always tweet to them for any questions that you have, I'm sure. All right. So moving an entire spectrum from the application of social media to one of the topics that is most consumed across social media, and which is entertainment, and most importantly, cinema. And India's industry, of course, is the largest in the world, and there's so much happening out there. But we have a gentleman amongst us who is a pioneer in the trade analysis, in the analysis of cinema in India. He is the go-to person, the symbol rather of audiences, and the one who gives the stars to the stars, really. So at the age of 15, he began his journalism career as the editor of Trade Guide, a weekly box office magazine. And he's also produced and written a TV serial, Hello Bollywood. He continues his work on Trade Guide alongside. He's, of course, I wouldn't call him a critic, but he's the film guru that we all turn to whenever there's something about cinema. And we're so privileged to have him here as part of our panel of speakers. Mr. Taran Adarsh, ladies and gentlemen, to speak about social media and the world of entertainment. Along with Mr. Taran Adarsh, we have Mr. Sridhar Pillai, who is a journalist himself. He's been with The Hindu and he's also a social media influencer. So we have a dialogue between the two of them and let's see what unfolds. Of course, don't forget hashtag SM Summit 17. Thank you.
Good evening. It's an absolute honor being here because a platform like this is very enlightening, very educating. And I think it opens your eyes to a world that a lot many people are still not really aware of in a complete sense. You know, one has spoken so much about the impact of social media, how strong it is. And it is very strong. It's a very powerful medium today to express your opinion. But let's go back in time when there was no social media as far as the Hindi film industry was concerned. And I'm talking about Bollywood, about the Hindi film industry. Sridharji, of course, would talk about the South industry. You know, expressing an opinion today is extremely difficult for me because, and I'm sure for a lot many people here, because we are used to expressing our opinion in 140 characters, 280 characters now on Twitter. But let's rewind our memory. Let's go back a bit when there was no Twitter, there was no Facebook, there was no social media, and then come back to how strong the social media is and how it has impacted the Bollywood film industry. You know, in the earlier days, the film industry never had the tools to actually promote the films. Again, I'm talking specifically about the Hindi film industry. In the 1970s, prior to that as well, I guess, when the era of the three great actors was looming large on the film industry, Dilip Kumar Saab, Raj Kapoor Saab, and Devanand Saab, the Hindi film industry was really banking on those typical ways of publicizing their movies. There were hoardings. The hoardings that you see today, the cutouts that you see today, were different in those days. Publicizing a film on hoardings meant that the painters had to be hired to do those paintings, hand-painted hoardings used to be up. And that could go on for weeks, perhaps at times for months, depending on the movies and the backlog. That was one factor how we promoted our films at that point of time. These hoardings attracted a lot of moviegoers at that point of time because when you saw Amitabh Bachchan, Vinod Khanna, Shatrughan Sinha, Dharmendra, those hoardings were the key factor to draw in the audiences. Unlike today, when we don't see so many hoardings, at least not in as far as the Hindi film industry is concerned. In South, yes, there's a lot of hero worshipping there, and you see a lot of hoardings there as well. In the good old days, we had only radio, mainly radio, to promote our films. We had a very popular show on radio called Binaka Geet Mala. And there was Mr. Amin Sayani and his rich voice that really lured us to those songs and those movies, and how we went into a different zone, into a different world, just listening to his voice and those songs. Radio, again, was very important. TV had not happened at that point of time. The lure to watch a big film also gave us an advantage of watching a trailer of a film. Today, thanks to social media, we have the trailers being launched every second day. A song trailer, a movie trailer, a teaser, which never existed earlier. In those days, when you went to watch a film called Sholay or an Amar Akbar Anthony, you were assured of one thing. You'd see a trailer of a big film during the interval. And that was the only time when the trailer was played. Unlike today, when you go to watch a film, there is a 15 to 20 minutes of trailers being bombarded on you during the interval as well. But in those days, there was just only trailer in the theaters only. Newspapers were used at that point of time to promote a film. But newspapers then were limited to just theater listings. Releasing on so-and-so date, advance booking opens today, plans filling up, please book your tickets. That was the only impact that we had of newspapers as far as the Hindi film industry and the promotion went. The promotions in those days were limited to just print media, trade magazines. Trade magazines as in that cover the film industry gives an insider's point of view to the film industry, and music events. In those days, there were just two major music labels in the Hindi film industry, HMV and Music India. Polydor. And they used to have those music release events before the release of a film, so that the product could reach out to a wide audience depending on the sales of that film. They used to give those trophies of a gold disc, of a silver disc, of a platinum disc. A popular strategy which worked then and which works even today in the era of social media is coming up with gossip linking stars. How do you promote a film? In those days, link two stars. Spread the word that they're dating. Spread that they're working in this film. It worked then. It works like wildfire. It spreads like wildfire even today on social media. Anything and everything to do with social life, or a personal life of a person, of an actor or actress having an affair, or fighting with each other, or going to court, or complaining about each other, attracts instant attention today. Of course, the reach of social media is humongous. In those days, the trade magazines were very important in the sense that a week after the release of the film, the producers used to highlight the collections of the movies, the box office collections, and how the film was a success. Full-page advertisements were issued in trade magazines. And in several cases, you'll be surprised, it was the producer himself, or it was the actor in question issuing those advertisements, just to tell the world that, yes, I have delivered a hit, I am at the #1 position, or I am at the top, I am ruling the roost at the moment. Box office numbers mattered at that point of time, matters a lot today. Social media, I would say, is incomplete. When you talk of Bollywood, when you talk of the Hindi film industry, when you talk of entertainment, you expect box office collections to be out there in the public domain. The television came in much later, and television actually had a big role to play. The posters were important too in those days. The posters came in two sizes, the 30-40 and the 6-sheeters, the huge 6-sheeters. In the theaters, when you went to watch a film, there were pictures of the movies with the logo embossed on it, and that were called photo sets. So these were the basic tools before the social media came in. How different was that world at that point of time? It was so beautiful. It was so simple. It was so hassle-free. But the fun is today when we have social media. Today, posters, trailers, songs, film trailers, film announcements, release dates, box office collections, the songs, important pictures of the film, casting announcements are made on social media: Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, WhatsApp. Social media is a boon to reach out to a wider audience at a fraction of a cost. And I think that's why the Hindi film industry has gone completely in favor of, has been totally smitten by social media today. what makes social media so interesting is the fact that the biggest of production houses, the biggest of music labels, the biggest of stars today use social media to their advantage. Any information in any part of the media today, and you get a quick clarification by the star, by the producer, by the director, informing them that this is the right story, this is how it was meant to be, and this is how it should be read. Social media gives you an instant connect with the audience that you want to target. No sooner do you post a video, a trailer, a song, a teaser, it reaches out to people from across the globe. And there are millions of hits. As I said earlier, I just made a point about trailers being launched only during the intervals of a big film. But today, every second day, you have a short film trailer, you have a movie trailer, you have a song trailer. You have so many avenues opening up for film producers to highlight and publicize their movies. I would like to single out one particular film in the recent times that really, that film did not use, but the audience, the netizens, took that film forward, Bahubali. Well, we all know about the legendary success of this film. It's the biggest grosser, it's the highest grosser for the Hindi film industry. The first part was a humongous success. At a time when a film like Robo, starring Rajnikantji, did fantastic business. It was dubbed in Hindi. It did a business of, say, 20-25 crores in the Hindi region. No one expected Bahubali to do more than, say, 30 or 35 or 40 crores, if it worked. That film went on to do approximately 120 crores in just the Hindi circuit, in the Hindi region, the Hindi speaking region, the Hindi version. There was a particular line in that film. The film ended on a note called, "Why did Katappa kill Bahubali?" Now that question created tremendous curiosity for the audience, and they were anticipating the second part with bated breath. So when the second part came in, or before the second part came in, there were blogs, there were posts on Facebook. A lot of people mentioned it on Twitter as to what's happening. It was trending for quite some time. The people of this country took that film forward. In fact, there were times, in fact, the film did very well. I'm sure everyone knows about this. The film had the merits to do well. The film was phenomenal as far as the content is concerned. It was a true blue commercial entertainer. But it was the audience that took that film forward after the release of the film. If you could recall the reaction that film got post its release, I think it was something that was unimaginable. So that was one film that really, and that particular line of that mystery, why did Katappa kill Bahubali? Bahubali ko Katappa ne kyun mara? That took the film forward. That was one example where social media really helped increase and enhance the impact of the film and increase the box office collections of Bahubali 2. You know, stars and always feel, I think in today's times, a lot of stars use social media to their advantage. And there's one more film that comes to my mind which used social media to its advantage. And there were two very prominent people who ran a campaign 2 weeks ago requesting the audience against revealing the suspense of the film. These two names are very prominent names, Karan Johar and Shah Rukh Khan. Karan Johar and Shah Rukh Khan, along with B.R. Chopra's grandsons, produced a film called Ittifaq, which released 2 weeks ago. And I'm sure a lot of people have watched the film. It's a suspense thriller. And they knew that the moment the film would end, people would come out, WhatsApp, put it on Twitter, put it on Facebook as to who the culprit is, what the motive of the murder was. And the suspense would be out after the first show itself, thereby killing the film completely. And that's one of the reasons why a lot of people want to make suspense thrillers but don't make it, because the word spreads faster than wildfire. So what did these two producers, I would say producers, do? Shah Rukh Khan and Karan Johar. They requested their friends. And the friends included Akshay Kumar, Ajay Devgan, Irfan, Anushka Sharma, and many other people to record a video saying, say no to spoilers. Hashtag, say no to spoilers. Please don't reveal the end of Ittifaq. And post it on their handle. That went viral. It was trending. Say no to spoilers. And that saved the film to an extent. Because people realized, okay, well, it's not right, it's not cool to actually reveal the suspense of a film when you've watched it. And that's how the film sustained at the box office for quite some time. Unlike earlier, I go back 20 years ago, when a film called Gupt released. Gupt starring Bobby Deol, Kajol and Manisha Koirala, released in 1997. Who was the murderer? Everyone knows about it. But then, there was no social media then. So the moment the first show ended, everyone said, "Arey, iski to murderer Kajol hai." And the word started spreading. Had there been a social media campaign, it would have saved the producer a couple of lakhs. That movie did very well at the box office. I wish to clarify that. But the business would have been perhaps more than what it would have been at that point of time. So social media, in my opinion, is a boon today. You can use it to your advantage. Social media has created a lot of fandoms sitting there who hero worship their stars. But at times, there are times when they cross the line, they cross the borders, and they become trolls. And that's where it leads to very unhealthy discussions on Twitter. How do you face it? How do you face, I've asked a couple of actors, how do you tackle trolls? How do you handle social media? There are actors I don't want to name, who have deactivated their social media accounts because they could not face the trolls. There are times where actors feel that, well, it's their opinion, it doesn't affect me. There's also, Karan Johar recently came out with a statement, and I think I read it in his book, in his autobiography as well, where he's mentioned that he used to get very disturbed every morning when he used to read those Twitter messages every morning, mentions about his personal life and about him being water, whatever. That affected him, but not anymore. You get used to it. You need to get used to the trolls, and then you can use social media to your advantage. I genuinely feel that film industry is a place where you can make big films, but you can make smaller films as well. And I'm sure a couple of people are aware of this. There have been instances of crowdfunding, and that is being used by a lot of producers, a lot of budding talent who don't really have an access to the studio. So what do? They pitch their film on social media, ask the crowd to fund it, and make their films. It has happened in the past. It's happening now. And I'm sure it's going to happen in the future. So social media, again, is there. Use it to your advantage. And I think slowly the Hindi film industry is using it. In the end, I'd like to just say one thing, and that is that you need to understand social media. It educates you on a daily basis. It enlightens you. And it entertains you. You get a lot of knowledge by just being on social media, reading the right stuff, reading the wrong stuff, for whatever reasons, and then taking a step forward. Thank you very much. I'll. Mr.
Like
Sridhar would take over.
You can ask me question.
No, but I mean, I genuinely wanted to know. I've been always asking him one thing, and that is, how do the stars in South India take to social media? I mean, how responsive are they to social media?
I think social media has captured South Indian cinema in a very big way, especially Tamil cinema. I'm living in Chennai, and I write for the Hindu. Also, I write for the First Post, and I'm very strong on the social media. Every star today has a social media account, and it is through that he talks to his fans. In South India, the fans are the most important aspects of what makes a star. And every star worth his salt has got a social media account, and through that he conveys a lot of messages of the release of the film and other things. For example, recently a film like Mersal, that is Vijay's movie. Vijay is one of the biggest stars in Tamil cinema, and that film went on to do more than 200 crore business worldwide. But till the release day, nobody knew whether the film will release. It ran into censor problem, and you know the controversies surrounding the movie, basically because of Vijay had made some very critical remarks on GST in that particular movie. So before release, it was a touch and go affair, and there was also the Animal Welfare Board had not given the certificate. So the film's censor certificate was issued 12 hours before the release of the film. It has never happened in Indian cinema before. 12 hours. And only through social media that the film got that opening. Let me tell you. Because Vijay fans and the people who the film was releasing in around 3,000 screens worldwide. And everybody was queued on whether the film will hit the screens, whether I should go to the theater or not. And in South India, we have a tradition where we have what we call Nirmalyam shows. That is the Hindu gods are cleaned in the morning in the temples. Similarly, they have a 4 o'clock show, 4 a.m., a very unholy hour to see a movie. 4 a.m. shows. And those 4 a.m. shows have become popular only because of social media.
Wow.
And you have audiences for 4 a.m., 3 a.m. shows. So for this, as far as Mersal was concerned, they started the first show at 4 a.m. because they wanted it to be there at the same time at the US premiere. US premiere is, they are 10 and a half hours away, behind us. So they wanted to, because social media, one of the trouble with social media is that you get to know every scene. There are a lot of spoilers coming up before the release of the film. So now what the producers are trying to do is the Indian release has also to coincide with the worldwide premiere of the film.
Okay.
So that is one of the major issues that's being caught. But let me tell you that without social media, you cannot now release a big film.
Yes, I agree with that. Yes.
And there are reviewers there who have made the ball game has changed. The entire ball game of film reviews and the way people's perception towards cinema has totally changed. It's all just, I would say that a couple of tweets or a Facebook review that matters. And the review should come, whoever comes first is the winner. And even today, newspapers, major newspaper chains have got special correspondence only for the social media. Why? And that too for entertainment. And newspapers which were looking at a serious way of political writing have now switched on to social media in a big way on the entertainment industry, because that's where they get the eyeballs. That's the youth audiences. It's the youth who are hooked on to the social media. And what is happening is that it's a fantastic revolution. Earlier, say about 15 years back, people used to have to wait 1 week for the Hindu review or the Times of India review to come. But today, within 15 minutes after the film is over, or you even get reviews up to interval of a movie.
Actually, there are live reviews happening nowadays. as far as the Hindi film industry is concerned. When you go to watch a film, or you've not watched a film, you're sitting on your net and you're just going through your Twitter feed, and you see live reviews happening of a film on a particular Friday.
Yeah.
I think that's how the times have changed. I come from the print background. I used to write long articles and long reviews. But believe me, since the time I've been on Twitter for 7-8 years now, I can't write lengthy stuff. I'm being very honest. I mean, I have started writing reviews, and you know what? On Twitter, one word review. So when I have to review Tube Light, I say terrible. If I have to review Rapta, I say rubbish. You know, I mean, people don't have the time. People don't have the inclination to read lengthy stuff. I mean, I'm talking strictly on my behalf. I'm sure there are a lot more accomplished
Yes, I
writers
agree
out
with
there.
you. I agree with you totally on that.
Yeah. So I just hashtag one word review, and I do that. And when I saw when Harry met Sejal, I didn't know what to write. So what did I do in my review? I did this. 4. I mean, that explains all. Please continue.
Yeah. No, that's the way. What Taran said is absolutely true. I used to also write reviews for Hindu, but now nobody reads reviews more than 250 words. And you can't write a review of 1,000 words, which people used to do earlier. Now, the most popular reviews are the Twitter reviews, which will be one tweet or two tweets. And you have to say either the film is good or the film is bad. That's straight away to the point. And the ratings have also to be very fine. And the film's fate is today decided in the first show of the film, first day, first show. And beyond that, if the film carries negative reports, the collections also drop immediately. So in a way, social media is also bane to certain producers and certain directors. They don't like it because now some actors in Chennai have said that you should only review film after the weekend. Who is going to hear to that?
Well, you know, this has been a topic some time back. I'm talking of approximately 15 years ago. A couple of producers decided that, we don't want the reviews to come out. At that time, I used to write for a trade magazine. And they didn't want the reviews to come out on Saturday because the film had released on Friday, and they didn't want the film to be damaged by the negative reviews that would come out on Saturday. And they said, can you postpone it by 1 week? But then look at today. Today, everyone has a cell phone. Everyone is a critic. Everyone has an opinion, and why not? I mean, when you pay your hard-earned money, 200, 300, 500 bucks, or maybe 1,000 bucks to watch a film, you have every right to say good, bad, ugly, whatever you feel like. Because you spent your time, you spent your money to watch that particular film, and you have the democratic freedom to express your opinion. So I feel that not just the critics, but even the common man who buys the ticket is the critic today. Because he has a Facebook post, he tweets on Twitter, he perhaps has a YouTube channel, or he goes on radio and says कि मैंने ये film देखी है, मुझे तो बड़ी बकवास लगी है. Today, the producers dare not say that please stop reviewing films, because social media is here to stay. And the common man has the biggest weapon today, the cell phone, in his hands. It could be a WhatsApp message that could reach his friend in the United States or in Australia at one go, or on Facebook and Twitter. Someone just typing here or writing here, and someone from, say, UK reacting to that particular post about that particular film. So I think I'm talking about my industry, Hindi film industry. It's not possible today to postpone a release, to postpone the review of a film for a week or for 10 days. I think, as I said, today we have live reviews happening. Reviewers sitting there in the theaters and punching or tweeting from there, well, this is what happens, this is what happens, and this is what happens.
Yeah, that's the fact. Every person today is a reviewer. It's in one way, it's good. Because everybody goes and sees movies at least.
Yes, absolutely.
More people are inclined to see films because they want to rush back home or straight away come out of the theater and tweet or write on their Facebook comment, make comments positive or negatives about the particular film. And everybody is turning out to be also a social networking influencers are also there. And today the producer is also very, very smart. The kind of hoardings that you used to see some years back are missing totally. In Chennai used to be the hoarding capital of India, in the sense that the posters of larger than life posters used to come up, cutouts and everything. Today all that has gone. They have all transferred into social media, and like he said in his speech, that every audio, every trailer is released. Every day today there are about 5 trailers releasing today. And on an auspicious day, it will be more than 5, it will be 10 trailers. And if you have noticed also, off late, the number of the way a song is promoted is totally different. Earlier, you had a big audio launch where all the 5 songs or 7 songs in a movie were played out, and they tried to popularize that 7 songs. But today, the entire concept has changed. Movies, big commercial movies have 3 songs. And they are coming out only with one single a week. So that song will be some catchy song, some lyrics which nobody can understand. And that song, the music has to be a hit. Then only the second song will come out. So there will be 3 singles for a film. Earlier they used to have one audio launch. This is all because of the social media influences. Yes. And today you have a teaser launch, then the teaser will be followed by a trailer, and a very new trend has also come up in the last 6 months. That is, they show now first 10 minutes of a film.
Oh, is it happening in South?
Yeah, it's happening in Tamil. One new film called Anna Durai by Vijay Antony is an actor. So that he has introduced a 10-minute concept. Earlier he made one film called Pichakaran in Tamil, which was a big hit. In Telugu also it was dubbed, and it became an even bigger hit. So that film's 10 minutes of the first is being shown.
You know, taking forward to what we discussed a few minutes back about producers, and since in today's times most of the actors have turned producers themselves, and I'm sure they don't like the criticism that comes their way. So how do you react to people putting it on social media about their film, tarnishing their film, speaking against their film? My answer to those actors, if you don't like the reviews, is as simple as that. If you can't face the heat, don't enter the kitchen. When you are in public domain, you have to take criticism in your stride. You are going to get the bouquets, you're going to get the brickbats. I think it's as simple as that.
Yeah, but today most of the major, very big stars have troll armies.
Yeah.
They have huge troll armies ready. And if I say something negative about a film, or I felt that I didn't like it, you'll be trolled for the next 1 week.
Oh yes, I went through that. When the 3 of the major stars trolled me, and how? Tubelite Salman Khan, he has got a massive army of fans. Shah Rukh Khan's fans. And Ranbir Kapoor's, he produced a film called Jagga Jasoos. And my one-word review was unbearable. So obviously all 3 fan groups and fandoms trolled me, and how? But then you have to be thick-skinned. And you have to be loyal to your profession. Because sooner or later, people would realize that you don't have an ulterior motive to bring down that film. If you feel like something, if I like something, I could be wrong. But if I don't like something, and that is proved right over a period of time, then the netizen, the person who's on Twitter, on Facebook, on Instagram, they respect you. And I think that's more important.
Yes. And the way the stars are also have become very, very smart today. Either they are on the social media very strong, and they have also they have created employment for 12 to 15 people to be following, to control their social media activities and to find out the latest things about the movies. And they want to be the first to tweet the picture, the first look picture.
Absolutely. I think for all the stars today, I mean, be it, I'm talking of the A-listers in Bollywood. There is Salman, there is Shah Rukh, there is Akshay Kumar. These actors use social media so beautifully.
Yes.
They plug their films. They just a couple of days back, Karan Johar announced his new film called Dhadak, which is the Hindi adaptation of a blockbuster Marathi film called Sairat, which introduces Sri Devi's daughter, Janvi, and Shahid Kapoor's brother, Ishan. And he ran the campaign, and I think it was one of the most beautiful campaigns that I had seen on Twitter in the recent times. I think, unlike earlier where you used to use, perhaps announce it on television or in the print media, he issued 4 posters, and all one after the other in the span of 10-15 minutes each. And it was so beautiful posters that it won your heart instantly. You want to watch the film. You want to watch that young pair. So what I mean to say is that with social media, you have that advantage to take your product far and instantly.
And today, actors and actors on their birthday, they want to trend. Today's Nayanthara's birthday. She's one of the biggest heroines in South Indian cinema. Though she's not on social media, the way it's trending, and it's a very good sign.
Yes, yes. I think actors love to trend. That's something that I've realized over the years. They want this thing to be in the news because I think somewhere down the line they feel that if you are in the news, if you are spoken about, that means you are there.
Yes.
And I think social media.
I think we'll have to wind up.
Yes. Any questions? Yeah, please.
I have one myself Neha, I have one simple question. Like Reddy sir was introduced as a social influencer. So how a layman can actually be a social influencer? I understand a celebrity or maybe Shah Rukh Khan or maybe Sachin Tendulkar or maybe a reputed person like sir and you. But how the entire thing actually comes in? It could be a very sentimentally relating post like the Me Too campaign. Everyone was gaga about it. Everyone was opening about it. But what is that key mantra around it?
Yeah, I think key mantra is pushing that particular movie or the star.
I think the social influencer is not just someone who's a producer or an actor. A social influencer is someone who can actually make a difference via his tweets or a Facebook post. There are times where I think a producer or an actor have reacted to that particular post or reacted to that particular question being posed at them, towards them. You know, in today's times, a lot of actors do Q&A sessions on Twitter. And they choose the question that they want to answer. And in a way, the question that they choose, I think, are the people who influence their mind in such a way where they have to react to that. I think that particular person, whoever he or she may be, is a social media influencer. Yes.
Well, this is Sriram. Good evening, sir.
Sorry, I can't, you're not audible.
Good evening, sir. This is Sriram.
Hi.
I have one question for you. Nowadays, the social networking is the basic asset for film industry. Why the small budget films which is having good content is not promoting well? I mean, they can have the uses of social media so that everyone can know about the film, and even the stars who are promoting their films, why can't they encourage the films which are made with small budget and with good content?
Oh, I think what I presume your question is that why aren't small films or low budget films promoted as aggressively as the big budget films, right?
Yeah.
Well, in the Hindi film industry, there were 2 or 3 examples that came in recently. They didn't really have the A-list stars. They didn't have the mega budgets. One was Shubh Mangal Savdhan. The second was Bareli Ki Barfi. And the third is Newton. 3 low budget films, low cost films, didn't really have stars, but did very well at the box office. So who promotes them? It's the common man who promotes it. in an era where video piracy is thriving, in an era where the ticket prices are beyond the reach of so many people, especially in multiplexes, 500, 600 and 700 rupees. But it's the word of mouth, is a strong word, and the strong word on social media that really helps make a film. And these three films,
at the end of the day, whatever you do, even if there are social media influencers, no film which has bad content will survive. Ultimately, only good content, and people have to like that content irrespective of the star. Even if there's no star presence, if the content is good, the film will run.
and these three films started on a very poor note. Be it Shubh Mangal Savdan, Bareli Ki Barfi and Newton. The Friday numbers were very poor. 7 to 8% occupancy, which is pathetic. But the word of mouth and social media played such a huge part that on the very second day, the business just jumped. Sunday onwards, it began running. So I think it's the social media that really helped the film. It's the common man. You don't need endorsements for a film from stars. If the stars would be so confident and so foolproof of making films, then films like Tube Light, Jab Harry Met Sejal, and Jagga Jasoos would not fail. And mind you, these three films were produced by the actors themselves. Salman was the official producer of Tube Light, Shah Rukh was the official producer of Jab Harry Met Sejal, and Ranbir Kapoor was the official producer of Jagga Jasoos. And all three tanked at the box office. They sank faster than Titanic.
Okay. I think on that note, we'd like to call an end to this session. Thank you so much. I wish we had more, but we have the next session on. Thank you so much for your insights, for sharing your experiences. Mr. Taran Adarsh and Mr. Sridhar Pillai. Thank you. So before we move on to introducing our next speaker, we'd like to show you a quick audio visual, and then we'll get to it. Can we have the volume, please?
சென்னை மைக்ரோவில் தனியாக ஒரு டீம் ஸ்பிளிட் ஆனோம். வாட்டர் ரிசோர்ஸ் இருக்கிற அதை சுற்றி இருக்கிற ஓல்டேஜ் ஹோம், ஸ்பெஷல் ஹோம், ஆர்ஃபனேஜ் ஹோம்லாம் வந்து சேஃபாக இருக்கா அப்படின்னு நாங்கள் அவங்கள ரீச் பண்ணோம். நிறைய இடங்களில் கிரவுண்ட் ஃப்ளோர் வரைக்கும் தண்ணி மூழ்கி இருந்தது. ஸோ அந்த ஒரு 10 நாள் எமர்ஜென்சி சப்போர்ட் மட்டும் இல்லாமல் அதுக்கப்புறம் அவங்களுடைய பேசிக் கம்யூனிட்டிஸ் எல்லாமே பூர்த்தி பண்ண வேண்டிய நிலைமையாக இருந்தது.
நாங்கள் இங்கே ஒரு 60 குழந்தைங்களோட ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஃப்ளோரில் அந்த மழை தண்ணியை குடிச்சிட்டு தான் இருந்தோம். நிறைய தண்ணி அதிகமாகிடுச்சு, பாம்பு எல்லாமே வந்துச்சு. எங்களால் சாப்பாடு கூட சரியாக சாப்பிட முடியல, வெறும் கஞ்சி தண்ணி மட்டும் தான் குடிச்சிருந்தோம். அப்போ அண்ணாங்கலாம் மிக்சி, கிரைண்டர், அரிசியெல்லாம் எங்களுக்கு வாங்கி கொடுத்து வந்தாங்க. நிறைய சாப்பிட்றதுக்குலாம் வாங்கி கொடுத்துட்டு கொஞ்சம் ட்ரெஸ்லாம் எடுத்து கொடுத்துருந்தாங்க. அண்ணா தான் எங்களுடைய பள்ளி 110 வருடங்களாக மிகவும் பிற்படுத்தப்பட்ட தாழ்த்தப்பட்ட பிள்ளைகள் படிக்கின்ற ஒரு பள்ளி. மழைக்காலங்களில் உட்காரவே வசதி இருக்காது. அப்போ என்ன பண்ணுவோம், நாங்கள் இங்கே இருக்கக்கூடிய சமையல் செய்கிற மிச்சம் மீதி கோணிகள் எல்லாம் போட்டு அந்த குழந்தைங்களை உட்கார வைப்போம். நான் கிளாஸ் எடுக்கும்போது பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஒரு நாளைக்கு 5 இடம் மாறுவேன். ஏன் அப்படின்னு கேட்டால் ஒரே கட்டடத்தில் எல்லா பிள்ளைகளும் உட்கார முடியாது இல்லையா. அப்போ நாங்கள் வெளியில் இந்த ஆலமரத்துக்கு அடியில் நாங்கள் வகுப்பு எடுப்போம். அப்போ ஒரு பக்கம் மார்னிங் சூரிய வெளிச்சம் இருக்கும். அந்த நெல்லில் அப்படியே போகும்போது நான் அடுத்த இடம் மாறுவேன். மழை வருதுன்னு வச்சுக்கோங்க, கிளாஸே எடுக்க முடியாது. ஸோ வெள்ளத்தில் மட்டும் அந்த நேரத்தில் மட்டும் உதவி பண்ணிடல எங்களுக்கு. இன்னைக்கு வரைக்கும் பசங்களுடைய எஜுகேஷன் சம்மந்தமான எல்லா இதுக்கும் ஹெல்ப் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்காங்க. எல்லா குழந்தைங்களும் இப்போ பெஞ்சில் உட்காந்து படிக்கிற அளவுக்கு ஒரு சிறப்பான நிலையை மாற்றி கொடுத்தாங்க. டாய்லெட் ரொம்ப மோசமான நிலையில் இருந்தது. 272 குழந்தைங்களுக்கு 2 டாய்லெட் தான் இருந்தது. பிள்ளைகளுக்கு வீட்டில் போகிறதுக்கு வசதியே கிடையாது. எப்போவுமே ஸ்கூலுக்கு வந்தால் முதல் வேலை டாய்லெட் தான் போவாங்க. அப்போ அந்த நிலையும் மாறி இன்னைக்கு பாய்ஸ்க்கு தனியாகவும் கேர்ள்ஸ்க்கு தனியாகவும் ரொம்ப அழகான டாய்லெட்ஸை எங்களுக்கு அமைச்சு கொடுத்தாங்க. சிமெண்ட் ஷீட்டுன்றதால வெயில் காலத்தில் ரொம்ப அந்த ஹீட் பிள்ளைகளை பாதிக்கும். நிறைய குழந்தைங்களுக்கு பாயில்ஸ் வந்துடும். அப்புறம் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா அம்மா போட்டுடும். பாதி குழந்தைங்களால பள்ளிக்கு வரவே முடியாது. அந்த சூழ்நிலையை எங்களுக்கு மாற்றி அமைச்சு கொடுத்தாங்க. கம்ப்ளீட்டாக அந்த ஓடை எடுத்துட்டு இந்த மெட்டல் ஷீட் போட்டு கொடுத்தாங்க. அதுக்கு ஃபுல்லாக ஃபால்ஸ் ரூஃபிங் பண்ணி இன்றைக்கி அது நல்ல ஒரு குளிர்ச்சியான சூழலில் எங்கள் குழந்தைங்க நல்லா நிம்மதியாகவும் பிள்ளைகள் ரொம்ப சந்தோஷமாக இருக்கிறாங்க. இப்போ
சென்னை மைக்ரோ அவர்கள் இந்த இடத்தை வந்து பார்த்தார்கள். பிறகு எங்களுக்கு பெரிய கட்டடத்தை கட்டி கொடுத்திருக்கிறார்கள். குழந்தைகளுக்கு யூனிஃபார்ம் கொடுத்தார்கள், புத்தகங்கள் வாங்கி கொடுத்தார்கள். அதையெல்லாம் நாங்கள் மறக்கவே முடியாது. இப்போ பெய்த மழையில் அந்த கட்டடம் இருப்பதால் தான் நாங்கள் நன்றாக இருந்து கொண்டிருக்கிறோம்.
Post the Chennai floods, one of the first goals that we wanted to achieve was reclaiming farmland. So we identified, along with an organization, we identified over 650 acres of farmland which was completely covered with silt from rivers and from backwater.
So our next speaker is somebody from an industry that I believe is the original form of social media. And having been a little part of this industry myself, I can say with authority that this kind of entertainer or this kind of media professional is somebody closest to the lives of viewers or listeners. And we have somebody who is incredibly brilliant at what he does, but how he has used his platform and his stature to affect social change, to bring about positivity in the world around him, to make change on an immense level, is a case study in itself. With over 4 million listeners every day, with over 2.7 million followers on Twitter and far more on Facebook and across social media, he is an example and a visionary of sorts. May I please invite, it is my privilege to invite on stage RJ Balaji to speak with us and share his experience of the journey so far.
Good evening, one and all. I'm sorry for this Tamil documentary. It had English subtitles, but some computer technical error as expected. And that's why we stopped it. And thank you for being patient enough to watch it for 5 minutes, because I believe humanity has no language, religion, or boundaries as barrier. That's why we wanted to play it here. First of all, for people in Andhra Pradesh, I'm an RJ. I'm basically an RJ. I'm into films also recently, last 3-4 years. And I'm here because they thought whatever that we did as a team, as people of Chennai, for Chennai floods in 2015 was worth enough for me to be here. Thank you for that recognition. And first I would like to acknowledge, I studied in a very good English medium school, so I will make a lot of grammar mistakes. Kindly bear with that. And I was watching all the experts speak on stage. They were really good. They didn't make one is, was, at mistake. So I was worried. I was conscious. So I was listening to them. I was listening to a lot of police commissioner, everyone. They all spoke something that they are really good at. And we were not that good. Like whatever happened on December 1st, it was not a planned moment. All of us still have strong memories of the Chennai floods that happened before 2 years. And I would like to narrate that story because I see a lot of people so already tired. They're waiting for Vijayawada Amaravati biryani. So it was 2015 December 1, and it was raining for the whole day. Not even stopped for a minute. And we were all just like a normal day. It's a Tuesday, I believe. We were at work in offices, and we didn't know it was going to be so big. I reached home by 6:30, and I was at home. Suddenly it started getting dark, and it started raining heavily, and I was worried for people outside my family. They were out. And at home I was tweeting, I was asking people to be safe, stay at home, all these normal formality tweets. And by 9 o'clock I couldn't sit at home, so I requested my people at the FM station to keep the office open for the night for people who were stranded. That's the first tweet I did. I opened my office. Anybody in and around that area can go stay in that place. And I see immediately in 15 minutes there are many other offices that I kept open for the public. This was the first thing that I did because I was feeling so guilty. And after half an hour, I couldn't sit back and think, okay, I did my job, so it's over. I again called up somebody who, like a OYO. There were people like renting out service apartments in Chennai, and I spoke to them. I requested them to keep all their service apartments across Chennai open, and they agreed. And this is the second thing that we did, and we announced it in Facebook and Twitter. And still it was not enough. Then I made a request to people that please open your houses for the night for people to stay back, because a lot of people have been stranded. They couldn't travel. There was no cars, no buses, no auto, no Ola, no Uber. So to my surprise, in 2 hours, there are almost like thousands of tweets saying that my house is open. Anybody in Kodambakam can come and stay. Anybody in Nungambakam can come and stay. And then I was at home all this while doing things at Twitter, Facebook, and that's when I decided this is not enough. And I, along with some of my friends, we had some big cars. So we went around the city. We traveled almost around 30-40 kilometers throughout the night, from 11:30, 12 o'clock to morning 6 o'clock. Picking up people who are stranded on roads, dropping them to the nearest place possible. And all these were shared in Facebook, Twitter. And next day morning, 6 o'clock, we thought we were too tired. We became like a dead bodies. And I went to the FM station that I worked to. I went to make record announcements for the day. I was surprised to see, in fact shocked to see some 200 boys already waiting there. I don't know who they are, how they came, but they were saying, Anna, vaanga edha pannalam in Tamil. That means, come, let's do something. We were already very tired. We worked for 6 hours. But we didn't know at that point we will not be able to go back for the next 10 days. So we were there with those 200 boys trying to think what is possible from that point. We were clueless, because 7 of us along with 200 boys in a crowded road. Suddenly we started seeing a lot of cars with Horlicks, biscuit packets, fruits, biscuits, anything, mat, bed sheets. And these are families which came and they gave it to us, and they go give it to people who are in need. And this went from 1 day to 2 days, 2 days to a week to 10 days. And from 200 boys, it became 26,800 volunteers totally. And this 26,800 volunteers, that they worked only with Chennai Micro, but there are like at a point where I saw it in BBC much later, they reported as at a point of time where the flood was bigger than any flood that India have ever seen. There were more volunteers on street than victims. That's how Chennai looked like in 2015. And since it is a social media summit, I also have some numbers. There are totally 1 billion impressions of the word Chennai Micro in 7 days in Twitter in 2015. And almost close to 2 lakh people have requested help using this hashtag. That's the time I was not aware of hashtag. I was not aware of anything. We lost signal in the second day. Second day, the complete Chennai lost network, no mobile phone was working, internet was not working. Then there were people from Andhra, there were people from Hyderabad, there were people from Bangalore, there were people from different parts of the country with whom my Twitter handle was there. They were tweeting things, they were tweeting great things, like they were verifying things. Why to verify? Because nowadays nobody likes if we are happy on social media. You just, Taran Adesh is back and Sridhar Pillai is also here. They know, like if in Andhra it is about Mahesh Babu versus Pawan Kalyan, in Tamil Nadu it is about Ajit versus Vijay. In Bollywood it is Shah Rukh Khan versus Salman Khan. Even for a normal person like us, if we just put a photo of us celebrating birthday, somebody will come and say, oh, how can you celebrate your birthday? Army people are dying in the border and you're happily celebrating your birthday. So nobody is happy if we are happy. So that's like same way Chennai Micro, and we were doing the work, me along with Siddharth, we were posting requests, and there will be a request saying that, okay, Siddharth belongs to this caste, he's helping only this community. And then help this community, it is there. We will go see, it will be a fake one. Then suddenly some people will say there are 3 crocodiles in city of Chennai in the water. So we were not sure like the requests were genuine. After a point, we had teams verifying it from various places like Andhra, and I would also like to take this opportunity to thank people of Telangana and Andhra Pradesh for sending almost more than 100 trucks in the name of Mana Andhra. I don't want to take much of a time. It's a big story of, the only thing that I wanted to say is like from 10 days we couldn't stop. The reason because people donated so much from across globes, like some 17% of the help that we got through Twitter and Facebook are from outside India and outside Tamil Nadu. And there was so much of money, so much of time that are given by volunteers that forced us to actually, in fact, literally forced us to do it for 2 years. Now it's been 2 years. We have saved some 34 lives We have given them treatment, complete treatment. We have built 15 houses. We have rebuilt and rehabilitated 17 orphanage homes. We have actually covered 850 acres of farming land and removed slit from there in order to make them do agriculture again. We have restored 3 lakes. And these are all things done by people and using only social media. And I'm not here to propagate what we did. I just believe only one thing. As a teenager, I was a shy kid. I was like denied opportunities every time when I seek one in my school or college. Every time when I go to a stage, when I want to be on stage, my teacher, my friends, the person who was in charge of it, they denied it. And I used to long for a stage. I used to long for an opportunity. And that's the time, that's 90s. That's the time they were talking about print, television, all those things. People like me, a mediocre talent with a lot of shyness, never got an opportunity. But today, social media gives people that opportunity, that stage that nobody else has to give you. I see a lot of youngsters here. I used mobile phone to connect to people. And I used mobile phone to actually take my knowledge and take my talent or take my goodwill to know people that this person exists. So you have your mobile phone, you have your Facebook, Twitter, use that to your strength. And second thing we found out using this Chennai Micro over the period of 2 years is you can't fake yourself in social media. People need inspiration, people need real, genuine people. And we did something genuine, and we haven't taken single photograph of what we did. There is not even one photograph. If you search over the internet, there will not be one photograph of us working. We haven't taken one. I really feel bad for that now, but during that time, I haven't had one photo. But still, how it became viral, how it became so big, the reason being we were very genuine. And I just want to end this with one thing. There was one person, 75 years old. This was much before Chennai floods. There was a big rain in November itself. So this person, 75 years old, he didn't even have a slipper to wear. He had a torn shirt and a veshti. He came to my office with 4 packets of Tiger biscuit, 3 rupees each, and he said, this is what I can afford for people who are affected by the rains. Please give it to them. This person is 75 years old. He didn't even wait for an acknowledgement. So when I was sitting at my house on December 1st, tweeting, opening the office, opening people's home, I was not feeling happy. I was feeling guilty. This person came to my mind. He was my inspiration. And there were so many people who were really inspired, and this 26,000 volunteers, those boys and girls, they were inspired to work for 2 years for us. And I take this opportunity for all of you in Andhra to thank yourself for acknowledging something that is actually far away. And I really feel this is a great time for me to thank everybody who worked for Chennai Micro for 2 years. This is the first time we are screening this documentary. Unfortunately, it is in Tamil. Next time I'll try to speak in Telugu. Thank you for this. I think I can take questions because I finished it very fast. Right? Okay. Okay, any questions? Okay, I think biryani is the only answer. Huh? Thank you so much. You were very kind to me, and you look really handsome. Yeah. Nandri.
Thank you so much. Let's have a round of applause for, I think, a true hero is who we have in our midst today. Thank you, Balaji, and your entire team for everything you have done. I think with that, we conclude the day's sessions. Thank you so much. You've been a wonderful audience. Can we have a round of applause for all the speakers, please? Tomorrow, of course, day 2 of India's first social media summit, brought to you by Andhra Pradesh Tourism and Vibri Media. Day 2, we will have awards going out. There are a bunch of social media influencers coming in on stage from across the country, and there's going to be a lot of celebration tomorrow. But until then, I'll take your leave. Thank you so much. Good night. And do tweet, post, Instagram, everything about it. Hashtag SM Summit 17. And my name is Anuj Gurwara, ANUJGURWARA. You can find me online. And I'll see you there. Thank you so much. Good night.